Test, 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 test. Oh, now I can hear myself. Test, test, test. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yes.
I can hear you too.
Yep. This is typical Nebraska weather.
Not that bad. Not as bad as it has been.
Do I need to get out of here?
Yeah. You're all good. Oh. right. Hello, Hawkeye fans, and good morning. We're still here at about 10 o'clock this morning, waiting for that 12 p.m. kickoff. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to our live game day show presented by Hawk Vision Extreme. Today is our Heroes game, Iowa taking on Nebraska. Always a good one, always a good rivalry. We love a good rivalry right here in Kinnick Stadium. Today we're bringing you a whole lot of what we bring you every single week and more. So we've got Bobby Hansen, men's basketball alumni and radio analyst, which will be joining me today. He'll be sitting right over here and talking about everything you need to know about our men's basketball team, of course, coming off a great win a couple of days ago. We're also going to be breaking down our football position groups, talking with a couple of our coaches, and also a special football alumni that we'll have on here as well. We're also, of course, throughout the entire game today, going to be connecting with our Hawkeye Radio Network, Gary Dolphin, Ed Podolak, and Jim Albrecht, so make sure you're tuning in throughout our entire game. I'm going to toss it over to the Hawkeye Radio Network right now.
Defense, and when they do turn it over to the offense, they have responded primarily through the rushing game with Goodson and Sargent. They have been spectacular, meaning the offensive line has been spot on. The Hawks have averaged 41 points in this three-game win streak, so more of the same, please. On the flip side, you've got a young Luke McCaffrey leading a young, inexperienced Nebraska offense. They have really struggled, especially in the red zone. Just 41% conversion in the red zone. That's last in the Big Ten. They had the ball for just 23 and a half minutes last week against Illinois. Now, they've always got weapons at Nebraska, most notably McCaffrey, who can beat you with his feet, or Martinez, the backup. So we may see that merry-go-round again today like we saw out at State College. But the main guy is Wan'Dale Robinson. He averaged 103 yards of offense per game last year. He's only at 67 this year. They're going to try and get him going. So the Hawkeye defense, I think, is up to the task.
Hawks have won 5 in a row against Nebraska. As Gary remembers, last year it went right down to the wire, and thank goodness for Keith Duncan's right foot as the Hawks held off Nebraska in the final second. Hey, we want to bring the tradition of tailgating to your home. Enter Iowa Farm Bureau's A&F Home Gate giveaway for a chance to win a $1,000 home tailgate package and other great prizes. For details, visit americaneedsfarmers.org. Very special guest coming up, Marshall Yanda, 13 years in the NFL. That's a long way from junior college where he started here in Iowa. You're listening to Hawkeye Football from Learfield, IMG College.
What's next?
Hi, Hawk fans. Gary Dolphin here. Join me live every Wednesday night during football season from 6:30 until 8 for Hawk Talk with Kirk Ference, presented by View Rooftop on the Hawkeye Radio Network and KCRG 9.2. While we aren't able to be in person for the show this season, View Rooftop looks forward to hosting all Hawkeye fans next year. Hawk Talk with Iowa coach Kirk Ference, presented by View Rooftop from 6:30 until 8 p.m. this Wednesday night.
Like I said, Hawkeye fans, welcome to our Game Day live show. Of course, today is our Heroes game, and we want to say thank you and pay tribute to all of our military that have served and are currently serving our country. We thank you so very much. We also want to throw a big shout out and a huge thank you to our frontline workers, our healthcare workers, and our educators. This 2020 has definitely so far been a massive year for all of our heroes, and we cannot thank you guys enough. Also want to give you guys a reminder that you can join in on our show today by going on our fan cam. That is HawkeyeSports.com/fancam. We want to see you guys. We want to see you at home, tailgating from the comfort of your home, all your crazy Hawkeye gear and everything else that you guys are doing to enjoy the game today on Fox. Lastly here, I want to give a big shout out to Big Ten Rentals for hooking us up with this great stage and setup. They are wonderful partners of the Hawkeyes. Got to give another shout out here to Authentic Brand, another great partner of the Hawkeyes. They are a whole lot more than great official Hawkeye gear. With an amazing team of designers and equally amazing production team, Authentic Brand can create, supply, and manage your company store, stocking it with Hawkeye-approved Authentic Brand headwear, apparel, and accessories. You can check them out online at authentic-brand.com. You'll look authentic, feel authentic, and be authentic. We are about 2 hours out from game time. Let's check in with the Hawkeye Radio Network now.
Welcome back to Kinnick Stadium for the Hy-Vee Roundtable segment as we count down to kickoff on Black Friday, Iowa and Nebraska. Save time and shop online with Hy-Vee Isles Online. Go to islesonline.com to get started. Pleased to be joined by Steve Batterson of the Quad City Times. And Steve, been an interesting season on a lot of fronts, obviously. The great news is that still playing football, and the Hawkeyes have done a good job off the field as far as not having a lot of issues with the virus. And today Nebraska comes to town, and As you look at the first two games, Iowa starts 0-2, and now 3 decisive wins in a row. It's pretty easy to talk about what if Hawkeyes could have won 1 or 2 of those games, but boy, the difference right now in the team versus the first couple of weeks, where do you see kind of the key things that Iowa's done much better here the last 3 games?
Yeah, I think it started up front on both sides of the ball. I think there's a little more cohesion there. It's certainly, if you take a look at Iowa's rushing totals the last 3 weeks, averaging 212 yards a game on the ground over those last 3 impressive wins, and that's made a difference. It's allowed the Hawkeyes to not only work the clock a little bit, but do some kind of ground and pound. I mean, this is an Iowa offense that really has the look of some of the better offenses that Kirk has had over those 22 years that he's been here. And defensively, there were some holes to fill coming into this season. But one thing I think we're seeing a benefit of is, they went to that rotation on the defensive front a few years ago. And I think, the benefit, we're seeing that now. AJ Epinesa may take his game to the next level, but there's been a guy behind him who's been getting some snaps in games that is able to kind of step forward and assume that starting role.
Yeah, I think the impressive thing about the defense, all 3 levels, you go back to that Purdue game and even against Northwestern, just not much penetration along the defensive front. But now that group is getting to the quarterback, making quarterback make tough decisions, and the back end is doing its job and getting interceptions. There's fumbles. This has just kind of been a turnover machine as far as the defense is concerned.
Yeah, it really has been. And, it starts with the pass rush and getting that guy behind center pretty uncomfortable. And Iowa certainly has been able to do that in the past few games. And it's been kind of fun to watch this defense evolve because it looks like an Iowa defense. It's playing like an Iowa defense. And
Steve, I'm sure you've observed this too. I've been watching it from close up. Is this team's together? It seems like Davion Nixon, I think, has been a big part of that. He gets over to the offensive group and gets them going. And if a mistake happens, hey, guys, don't worry about it. Put it in the rearview mirror. Let's go. And it just seems to be contagious on the sideline during a season where the crowd obviously can't rev you up. You've just kind of got to be a self-starter. And the Hawks seem to be able to do that, especially on the road here the last couple of weeks.
It's a real credit to the leadership on this team. We've certainly seen it in Nixon. We've seen it in Jackson and Linderbaum on the offensive line. These guys have been together, and they've dealt with a lot since last January. I mean, there's been a lot on their table, a lot on the plate that could have taken this train in a lot of different directions, including the 0-2 start. But what we've seen is a team that is kind of hung in there together, and they're playing a cohesive brand of football that I think is very reflective of the teamwork that this group has seen.
And certainly have to keep it going today. A little bit of a wounded Nebraska team today. Scott Frost, now 10-18 in 3 years in Lincoln. I don't think any Nebraska fan thought that would be the record at this point, but that's where Nebraska is at. And last week to lose at home to Illinois and to give up 285 yards rushing and 4 rushing TDs. Boy, offensively and defensively, this is a team that is still really trying to find themselves.
They've had a lot of trouble getting off the field on third down defensively, and they've had a lot of difficulties converting third downs offensively. That's a pretty tough combination to deal with. And Eric Chinander earlier this week, the defensive coordinator, former Hawkeye, really hit the nail on the head that they're putting themselves in some really awkward positions at that 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, where a team can either run the ball or pass it. And that's creating some headaches that, opponents are moving the chains 54% of the time on third down against this group. And that's a tough way to play this game.
This has kind of become a fun rivalry. Obviously, Iowa's had the upper hand the last several years, but you would expect Nebraska, despite a 1-3 mark, they'll come in ready to go and a little chip on their shoulder to see if they can pull out a victory. The Hawks will have to be ready to try to get their 4th win of the year.
No doubt about that. You know, the one issue that Nebraska had when they made the coaching change to bring in Scott Frost was certainly on the front, on both sides of the ball, and it's still a work in progress. But there has certainly been no lack of energy and execution against the Hawkeyes the last couple of years when, you know, it's taken a Miguel Racino's field goal as time expired and a Keith Duncan kick with 1 second left to give Iowa a win the last 2 years. And you know, it's becoming that type of a rivalry. It's Nebraska's only border rival in the Big Ten. And, you know, certainly Iowa has plenty of those. And it does lead to a little additional intensity. And it's certainly, you know, I think the Nebraska tradition adds to that a little bit. And certainly, you know, I think it's become a healthy rivalry. There's, you know, just the right amount of hate, for lack of a better word, that adds a little spice to things. And I think that's creating something that's going to be pretty special moving forward.
It's good Black Friday football, no doubt about that. Steve, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Of course, you can catch Steve's work at the Quad City Times. And have a great afternoon, Steve. Appreciate it.
You bet. Take care. Thanks, Rob.
Steve Batterson of the Quad City Times. And we'll have more pregame as we count down to kickoff Iowa and Nebraska. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College. Welcome back to Kinnick Stadium.
As I said, Hawkeye fans, we are a little less than 2 hours away from kickoff, which means our Hawkeye football team is arriving to this stadium. If it were a normal game day, of course, we'd have about 100 or more fans completely.
John Swisher back with you from Kinnick Stadium as we continue to get you ready for the Hawkeyes and Huskers this afternoon. It's time now for the Hy-Vee Big Ten Today Report. Brought to you by Hy-Vee. Save time and shop online with Hy-Vee Isles Online. Go to islesonline.com to get started. It's week number 6 of Big Ten football conference play. One more game this week has been canceled with those issues of COVID at Minnesota. The Golden Gophers were supposed to play Wisconsin. 10 teams in action tomorrow. The 11 a.m. games will be Maryland at Indiana. The number 3 Buckeyes of Ohio State visit Illinois, and Michigan hosts Penn State. 2:30 contest has number 11 Northwestern at Michigan State, and the 3 o'clock game is Rutgers at Purdue. The Hawkeyes' 20-point win over Penn State last Saturday marked head coach Kirk Ference's 100th Big Ten win, making him the 4th coach to achieve the milestone, along with Ohio State's Woody Hayes with 153 Ws, Michigan's Bo Schembechler with 143, and Chicago's Amos Alonzo Stagg with 115. Northwestern leads the West Division with a 5-0 Big Ten mark, followed by Wisconsin at 2-1, the Hawks at 3-2, and Purdue at 2-2. The Wildcats can clinch at least a share of the West Division title and a Big Ten football championship game berth this weekend with a win over the Spartans. Illinois racked up 490 yards of total offense in a 41-23 win over Nebraska last Saturday in Lincoln, while the defense forced 5 turnovers in the win. The Illini victory marks the first in Lincoln since 1924. Now we get a preview of those games coming up tomorrow in the league.
Around the Big Ten, Illinois.
The Illini picked up a second straight road win with an impressive performance at Nebraska. Third-ranked Ohio State is up next for the Orange and Blue at Memorial Stadium. Quarterback Brandon Peters returned from quarantine last week to lead Illinois to that 41-23 win in Lincoln. The Illini scored 20 points off 5 Nebraska turnovers while improving to 2-3 on the season. Tough assignment today, though, in Champaign against Ohio State. Reporting from Memorial Stadium, I'm Steve Kelly.
Around the Big Ten, Northwestern.
Northwestern's defensive numbers are impressive. 12.6 points allowed to rank second in the Big Ten. Second in the conference in total defense, pass defense, and turnover margin. The Wildcats have shut out 4 of their 5 opponents in the second half, and they blanked Wisconsin after the first quarter. One area in particular stands out. Northwestern has 15 takeaways, including 11 interceptions. Michigan State's 14 turnovers are the most in the Big Ten. Covering Northwestern, I'm Dave Ennett.
This has been the Hy-Vee Big Ten Today Report. More of the authentic brand Hawkeye Game Day show is next. Rob Brooks, and the Hy-Vee Roundtable is right around the corner. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
All right, welcome back to Kinnick Stadium, Hawkeye fans. It is about 37, 39 degrees outside right now. The last time I checked, I am completely bundled up. It's a little bit chilly, but I'm feeling pretty good as far as our end of November Iowa versus Nebraska games go. I know a lot of our loyal Hawkeye fans have sat through a lot of very cold Black Friday games, so this one feels okay, and I know it feels good in the comfort and warmth of your home as well. Coming up today, our first guest of today's show is Bobby Hansen to discuss everything you need and want to know about our 5th-ranked Iowa men's basketball team. And Hawkeye fans, don't forget to join us on the fan cam today. Go to hawkeyesports.com/fancam. I want to see you guys. I want to say hello, and you can be featured on our show today. Alrighty, welcome back, Hawkeye fans. You know, if you haven't been keeping track, which I know you have, your Hawkeyes are on a bit of a winning streak. We've won 3 games in a row now. The Hawks beat Michigan State at home 49-7, then beat Minnesota on the road 35-7, and then beat Penn State last weekend in Happy Valley with a decided victory 41-21. It's certainly fun watching our Hawkeyes put up 76 points in the last 2 weeks. I want to check out a couple of our highlights from our last 2 road games.
They run the quick jet fly sweep. Touchdown, Iowa. Nico Ragaini. They snap it to Goodson. Big hole. Touchdown, Iowa. Touchdown, Iowa. What blocking? Fake to Ibrahim. Over the middle. Incomplete pass. Picked off. I think it's Kerner. Kerner has the ball. The Hawks are back in business. Comes the punt by Torrey Taylor. Look at this thing. Drilled. Hits at the 5. Goes straight sideways. Out of bounds at the 4. Unbelievable. Back to pass. He's looking to the end zone. Fires it out. Pattern is picked up. Intercepted. And going the other way is Riley Moss. Tanner Morgan. Oh, good stunt by Evans. Forces him outside. He's grabbed and sacked by Vandenberg. Sargent gets 2, so it's 2nd and 8. Look at this hole. Down the middle of the field. Across the goal line. Another touchdown, Iowa. And the route is on.
A major milestone for head coach Kirk Ference last week, getting his 100th Big Ten win. He is now just the 4th head coach in the Big Ten with 100 wins under his belt. His first road victory, believe it or not, in the Big Ten was actually versus Penn State in 2000. And then he capped his 100th over the Nittany Lions as well. So kind of a storybook, little, I don't want to say ending because he's not done yet, but a little storybook sort of ending there to that one. We love that. The emotions were real, and we are definitely fortunate to have Kirk Ference as our head coach. Let's take a look at the scene that was in the locker room last weekend. It was a good one.
Talk about a hard place to win. Kirk tells the story about one of the first wins he had was right here, and that's when this program started to turn the corner. And that's been about 20 years ago. 10 years ago is the last time we won here. 100 wins in the Big Ten.
Now, we've kind of already, talked about this, but our Hawkeyes are doing pretty well. They've won their last 3 games. Of course, we know that. Outscoring their opponents 125-35 and averaging 41.6 points per game during the winning streak. The Hawkeyes' points per game is the highest three-game stretch since 2002. Iowa and Nebraska are playing the Heroes game today, of course, with the winner claiming the Heroes Trophy. This is definitely a rivalry game. I know that it feels good to take that trophy home and to hoist it, especially on our home turf. The trophy game between the Hawkeyes and the Huskers was established in 2011, been going on for a while, and since its inception, Iowa leads the series 6-3. We want to keep that one going here, of course. Iowa has won 5 straight and 6 of the last 7 meetings. The Hawkeyes have outscored the Huskers 154-76 in the last 4 meetings. In the 1999 Iowa-Nebraska game in Kinnick Stadium marked Coach Kirk Ference's first game as Iowa's head coach. So lots of history behind this game and behind this matchup. I know that my husband likes to say a couple of things about the Iowa-Nebraska rivalry game. We'll catch up with him in a little while. But one thing he does say is there's 3 things you can guarantee in life: death, taxes, and Nebraska will be talking. So we are looking forward to this game today. Hopefully at the end of the game, we can have Keith Duncan give a little kiss over to the sideline, the Nebraska sideline again this year. Hawkeye fans, there are a few different ways that you can get involved in our show and be up on the Kinnick Stadium video board. The first way is by going to HawkeyeSports.com/fancam. Put yourself on that fan cam. We want to see you, say hello, see what you're doing today to tailgate and get ready for the big game. The other way that you can get featured on the show and up on the video board is by using the hashtag #FightForIowa on Twitter. We'll find you and we will show your posts. Let's see you guys.
worth. Go hard, put in the work, cause I ain't come first, and I ain't even need your help. I put the work in, better go off quick. Put the work in the zone, don't quit. Put the work in like you own that ish. You gotta do it for yourself. Put the work in. I heard you looking for results. Put the work in. Yeah, you gon' have to put the work in. I put the work in. Put the work in. We all put it in. Put the work in. Every day. Yeah. Every day, man. Every day. Put the work in. Gotta wait, man. Every day. Put the work in. What they gon' say, man? Every day. Put the work in. Every day. And I ain't even need your help. I put the work in. Better go off quick. You better go off quick. Put the work in the zone, don't quit. You in the zone, don't quit. Put the work in like you own that ish. You gotta do it for yourself. Put the work in. Better go off quick. You better go off quick. You in the zone, don't quit. Put the work in like you own that ish. You gon' have to put the work in. Every day.
Well, Hawkeye fans, when we come back, we'll be interviewing Bobby Hansen from Iowa Men's Basketball and the Hawkeye Radio Network. Our Iowa Men's Hoops team is coming off a win on Wednesday against North Carolina Central, 97-67. We like to see that, and we like to see them back in Carver Hawkeye Arena. They'll take on Southern this afternoon at 4 o'clock. And the team has an AP ranking. I don't know if you guys knew this. I think you probably did. 5th in the nation. We like to see that as well. We'll be catching up with Bobby Hansen here in just a little bit. Stay tuned. Alrighty, welcome back, Hawkeye fans. As promised, we are checking in with Iowa basketball alumni and analyst Bobby Hansen. Bobby, thank you so much for joining me.
Hi, Laura. Thanks for inviting me here on a beautiful Friday afternoon, Black Friday.
Absolutely. Feels a little bit different in here today, but Carver Hawkeye Arena feels different as well, right?
It does, and it's what we have to do to get the season in, and unfortunate for fans because, the football team is good. Basketball is number 5 in the country, as you mentioned. Right. People want to see this team, and especially after a 30-point win on Wednesday night, the guys are looking good.
Absolutely. Well, let's get into that. Coach McCaffrey has said that the players are excited and embracing this, top 5 ranking in the nation. This is definitely something that I know Hawkeye fans are excited about. But they're excited, but they also understand and respect the ranking, right? That's what Coach McCaffrey said. How do you manage those expectations as a player?
Well, as a player, you feel pretty good about it, to be honest with you. It's preseason. It's the highest the Hawkeyes have been ranked preseason since 1965. 55, I think it was, 55, 56 seasons, so 65 years. But, there's good reason why they're ranked that high. Luka Garza, National Player of the Year, preseason Player of the Year. You come back with, with shooters surrounded by him, and we have the most veteran presence, I think, of anybody coming back in the Big Ten. So it's going to be a tough season all around for everybody, but I think our kids have the maturity to be able to handle what's going to be thrown their way.
Absolutely. You talk about those 7 notable players returning this season. Luka Garza, as you mentioned. We got Jordan Bohannon, CJ Frederick, Joe Toussaint, Joe Wieskamp. I mean, that's just to name a few of these star players that are hopping back on the court. But, what about those returners really puts the Hawks over the edge as far as their talent, their experience? What is it about them that you're like, yeah, this is the team?
Veterans, been through the wars, Laura. They know what to expect when they travel into East Lansing, when they go to Purdue. there won't be fans in those arenas as well, but that could be an advantage for the Hawkeyes. But they know how to manage themselves. And Coach McCaffrey's talking about it a lot. Can't put yourself in some tough situations when you're in Iowa City or on the road. You really got to remain almost isolated, not a bubble, but you got to take care of yourself, take care of your health, because for every team, it's going to come into play at some point this year.
Now, we know this team has a lot of offensive threats. That kind of goes without saying. You got great three-point shooters in Frederick, Wieskamp, of course, Bohannon. Good to see him out on the court again. A Dominic Garza at the post. All that being said, what are some highlights that you want to see on defense, and maybe that you saw on Wednesday night?
Yeah, you saw it start to come around. A couple guys got beat on back cuts, but that's first. And as we talked about earlier today with Dolph, the tape doesn't lie. You sit down and watch that on Thanksgiving Day and then move on, but you can see and make correction. I want to see out of our young guys, I want to see, that energy that they brought the other night. Patrick McCaffrey and Keegan Murray, two guys in particular, freshmen that came in and really changed the complexion of the game. So, you get continued, support from the reserves like that, and just better improvement every game. Get better on that defensive end, and they can go a long way if you can stop people in the half court.
Absolutely. We talk about that game on Wednesday with the convincing win over North Carolina Central, of course. What did you see in that game that really got you excited, that was like, yeah, I'm excited about this team, about this season?
Well, number one, just walking into Carver Hawkeye Arena and then kind of taking it all in on how it's set up and how you're away from the floor, and then realizing that we got here. We got here till November 25th, the day before Thanksgiving. Didn't know if it would happen, with everything going on, but you're here. Now let's make the most of it and take advantage of this here situation that you're in and all these good players that the Hawkeyes have. And you mentioned Jordan Bohannon. We haven't got to talk about him, but it's so good to see him back. And it just is the best shooter in the country. Right behind him, C.J. Frederick, best shooter in the Big Ten last year. He got the Hawkeyes going early in the game with back-to-back three-pointers. So you can surround yourself. Joe Wieskamp, he got a little bit of foul trouble and went to the bench, but he'll have a better game here this afternoon. But they just have so many pieces and parts to this team, and they're all versatile. So Fran can mix and match and put different lineups on the court.
Yeah, we like to see that, a versatile team for sure. Obviously, this year has been anything but normal, but do you kind of anticipate every team kind of just having a little bit of maybe, I don't want to say a rough start, but just kind of that, like, getting their feet wet, getting used to competing again?
Well, you look back to the Big Ten tournament, I think it was March 12th when the world got shut down, when the sports world got shut down, and they weren't allowed to do anything, so you're going to have a little bit of rustiness. The guys are going to be a little bit okay, but once you get going, better second half for the Hawkeyes, but everybody's going to go through it, and again, what I like about our team is we're veterans, and you got Coach McCaffrey, who is going to be on these guys' side through thick and thin. And he'll direct them in a positive way. But I like the Hawkeyes to win the Big Ten title.
Ooh, I like that. I like to hear that. I know our fans do too. Overall expectations for the season, you just mentioned the Big Ten title. But now that you've seen the schedule, we play Gonzaga. I know that's going to be a great game. And there might not be fans for a while. So kind of what are your expectations for this season?
Well, just go in. Every day is a new day, Laura. I mean, when you wake up, people are going to get thrown different things along the way, so you really got to move on. You got to forget about that. And okay, this person's not available. Opponent we're playing, that leading scorer is not available. Somebody's going to be in there and step up. But this is really an unbelievable opportunity for these young men. I'm happy for them. I'm proud of them. And to get Luka Garza to stay at Iowa. He keeps saying he came back. I'm like, you didn't come back. You never left. You stayed with us. So he is such an unselfish player. And when your best player is unselfish, good things happen.
All right, we got Southern today, 4 o'clock. My final question for you, anything you want to highlight for the game today? What are fans going to see? What do you hope that they see, of course?
Well, continued improvement on the defensive end, maybe a quicker start, if you will, but that was just a little bit of, the first game, nobody's here. The guys were looking around. Once they got going, CJ's 2 3-pointers, and then just don't look back. Keep your foot on the gas and just everybody play. I want to see the young kids again. I want to see the guys like Aaron Eulis. I want to see Tony Perkins a little bit more. Chris Murray gets a chance to get in there after watching his brother Keegan, do good things the other night. So just continued improvement and stay healthy.
Stay healthy. I love it. Well, Bobby Hansen, thank you so much for joining me today. Really appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
Hawkeye fans, be sure that you're tuning into the Hawkeye Radio Network all season long to listen to Bobby Hansen, of course, for your Iowa men's basketball team.
Down low, Garza with the offhand. See, that's an underrated part of his game.
Hawkeye fans, just a reminder here that you can stay up to date on all things Hawkeye football by going to hawkeyesports.com/footballgameday. You can grab the official game day program for today's game versus Nebraska and every other home game that we've got going on. If you're wondering where you can watch the game, all other updates that you can imagine, go to hawkeyesports.com/footballgameday. The Hawkeye Wave, aka the best tradition in college football, originated in 2017 and since then has gained national and international attention. As 69,000 fans, the Hawkeyes and the opposing team will turn after the first quarter to wave at the Stead Family Children's Hospital. It's a very special moment in Kinnick Stadium. I know a lot of you have been here for that. Brings tears, brings emotion. Definitely a time where we can recognize all of those heroes up there. Although we won't be waving in person this season, we wanted to pay tribute to our heroes fighting up there every single day. So stay tuned to our show in-game so that you can stop after the first quarter and wave to our children virtually. It's a great way to give back to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital by giving them a little wave, but another way that you can give back is by purchasing a fan cutout. I know we did it for Kinnick. We've got one more home game left, but we're also doing it over at Carver Hawkeye Arena, so you can purchase those by going to hawkeyesports.com/fan-cutouts.
You can choose to give in, or you can choose to fight. For Hawkeyes, the choice is simple. The hardships keep coming, but we are built to withstand this because we've been knocked down before. And each time, we've united as Hawkeyes. So in a time defined by challenge, change, and uncertainty, we rise up. We work harder, we build each other up, we refuse to let adversity stand in our way. You can choose defeat, or you can choose to fight. We fight. Fight with us.
The Heart of the Hawkeyes is our weekly feature that features some of our top Hawkeye fans. If you want to see yourself or a family member or friend nominated, go to HawkeyeSports.com and you can nominate somebody that you think is a top Hawkeye fan. We want to see you guys. We want to pay you your respect that you deserve for being some of our top Hawk fans. We are getting into our second hour of our show now. We've got a whole lot more from the Hawkeye Radio Network. We're also able to catch up with a few of our coaches, a few of our position coaches, to get a little inside look at the team. We'll be catching up with Ken O'Keefe, the quarterback's coach, Calvin Bell, defensive line, Derek Foster from the running backs, and Seth Wallace with the linebackers. Let's see what they had to say about their position groups.
First of all, you're looking for a guy that provides a great example, which he does. You know, he's the first guy in the quarterback room. He's the last guy to leave. You know, he'll text or call you if he has a question about anything. He wants to get every detail right, but he sets the standard as far as example and working at it. You know, so that's critical. All great leaders do that. You know, provide a good example for other people to follow. He's done a really good job with the tempo of the offense and making sure we're getting in and out of the huddle, up and down at the line of scrimmage, getting the ball snapped when we should. He's done a nice job with communication, you know, in the huddle and with everybody. In the first ball games, got pretty excited, as most guys do, and their feet started to do some things that you normally don't see. You might take an extra step in the drop. You might, you know, take a false step. Anything can happen in that pocket a little bit when they start feeling that pressure for the first time. Going into the second ball game, again, you know, our goals were using the proper footwork and making sure also that we're reading through our progressions as quickly as we can. You know, we got to make sure we just don't lock on guys. We got to continue to use our progression, and they know what to do. There's no doubt about it. It's a whole different deal when you're getting rushed by you know, 4 or 5 or 6 guys, and you're trying to step up into the pocket.
In our room, when you specifically talk about it, we reiterate what's important. And those guys understand and they focus on what's important in front of them and being detailed and sound and understanding that it's not about them individually, but about what we do as a group. It starts up front with our offensive line. You got to give those guys credit. Coach Polisek and that offensive line are doing a really phenomenal job of getting in front of guys and moving guys. And I think that's where you're seeing us succeed at. You know, and once they're able to do that, you know, it's up to the back to do the rest. You know, we always tell our guys, hey, they'll block the 4 down and we got to do the rest. We got to make everything else right. And those guys are being very tough and physical up front. And I think we're running and being physical in the run game. And I think that's an attest to the, you know, success that you're seeing. So as long as we continue to move forward and continue to improve, you continue to see those successful things happen for us. Yeah, each one of them are different. Each one of them have their own unique style. And I think that's the enjoyable part, is because each one of them can do something very dynamic or physical or tough or strong and make smart decisions. And you appreciate that. And all of them, in certain situations, will excel, you know, and I think for the most part, they all know exactly what their strengths are. And so we try to use them and play to their strengths, and they understand what their weaknesses are, but we constantly are trying to improve on those also. So the consistency and the mindset of improving, all right, and moving forward with everything just day in and day out is what you're, you know, enjoying about coaching and teaching these guys to get better.
It goes back to the, you know, just the practice habits during the week. You know, we got a really good group of guys, 5 seniors up front that are leading the way for them. In the D-line room, we talk about it, daily improvement, and how do you do that? That's attention to detail, knowing what to do. Through the film work, just having an honest self-evaluation about what you're seeing. So we had some honest conversations after the Purdue game, after the Northwestern game, after every game. We have honest conversations, and credit to those guys for really taking it to heart. It's a tight-knit group. They're getting better every week, and that's the goal. That's the goal, is to improve every week. When I set out to recruiting, I wanted guys that wanted to play defensive line, whether it be inside or outside, not married to a position, just wanting to be part of the group, wanting to be part of the four, and that takes a certain amount of unselfishness. And for a guy like Jack Heflin, Joe Evans to move from linebacker, these guys, they all get along well, they all communicate well. But the thing that's really important is they're still understanding our defense, and I have no problem putting 4 guys out there, regardless of whether they're defensive tackle or defensive end by trade. They all know what to do, and that's just a credit to them in the way that they really attack the scheme and learning the scheme and being detailed about the scheme. So, but just great team guys. You can't have enough of that. You can't have enough of those guys.
Yeah, I think, just their leadership, the way that they practice, the way that the group works together, because you're exactly right. There's a lot of youth, and then there's a little of, I guess, seniority, so to speak, with Nick Neiman and Barrington Wade, 2 of the older guys that have been out on the field. And both of those guys have played at a high level. Nick's played, almost every snap in the last 3 weeks, and Barrington's been in there sparingly, but when he's been in there, he's done well. He's got 2 interceptions. So, from a production standpoint, I think both of those guys have done a real good job. Yeah, I think, that's what you'd expect out of a Mike linebacker. You'd expect him to be around the ball. But, getting around the ball and actually being on the ball are 2 different things. And Seth has done a real good job of not only getting to the football, but also being a part of a lot of tackles in the last 2 weeks. And, he's continuing to grow. Speak of the youth, he's one of those younger linebackers that we're pleased to have gotten experience with and will continue to. So, I think he's just going to continue to grow, with every week that comes his way.
Alrighty, hello Hawkeye fans, and welcome back. Caught up with a bunch of our position coaches there, and as promised, we are hanging out with Iowa football alum Matt Vandenberg. Hello, Matt. Thanks for joining me today. Long time no see.
Talk football.
Absolutely, first time in Kinnick Stadium this season. Obviously, we don't have 69,000 screaming fans. First of all, how weird is it to be here? And second of all, do you think that has any kind of impact on the players?
It's certainly different, seeing the cardboard cutouts in person, but at least there's a small group of loved ones that, get to watch them perform. Obviously, not having 69,000, you can feed off the crowd, in the swarm, back in black, all that good stuff. So that's different. But being able to come out and compete is a privilege, especially to come into Kinnick. But, again, we are missing the fans.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, we broke down all of those position groups just a little bit ago. Ken O'Keefe, Kelvin Bell, the list goes on. But we didn't catch up with, the wide receivers. You being a receiver yourself, what would you say you've seen them kind of progress individually and then also as a group this season?
Individually, I think being able to see Brandon's strong hands. I mean, we saw that last week on a couple quick slants. He's getting draped all over, and he's able to still make the catch. Spencer put it in a good spot. So that type of stuff. But in terms of, what I think the biggest progression has been is that anybody can play anywhere. We've seen four really stand out between Tyrone Amir, Nico, Brandon, but then Charlie Jones, obviously, when he was called upon a couple weeks ago, being able to go in and play anywhere. That's not something that everybody can click to. Hey, we need a Z, we need an X, we need an F, and anybody can go perform it. Which I think that's the biggest progression, because the more value you have, the more you can do, then the more reason they have to put you on the field.
Okay, playing for the Heroes Trophy today. I want a real answer here. How important is this game to the players and to the coaching staff? Playing for a trophy, this is a rivalry game. We know Nebraska always has a vengeance out for Iowa, especially after what Keith Duncan did to them last year. But, how important is this, and how great is that to hoist that trophy up after the game?
Well, I'm going to start off with the answer that you don't want, which is every game is big. You talk about, especially this season, you have 365 days in the year, and you work for 8 days. You work for 8 opportunities. To think that that's such a small part of the year is crazy. So every game is big. You're putting a trophy on the line, it umps the ante a little bit. And not only that, but the story behind the Heroes Trophy is really cool, too, being able to come together, even though, 5 in a row, whatever it is, being Hawks over the Huskers. But in terms of, up in the ante, everybody's talking. It creates a good environment.
So you're from South Dakota. I know a lot of people are big Nebraska fans there too. There's some Iowa fans there. Did you ever feel that kind of rivalry while you were in South Dakota at all, or do you still hear about that ever?
There were more Nebraska fans than there were Iowa fans, so it was nice to go 4-1 while I was there.
Felt good to actually come play for the Hawks.
Exactly.
Get some wins.
Exactly.
I like it. Looking at your post-college career, how would you say that Coach Ference really helped you off of the field become a better person when you were done with the program?
Well, I think that's something that most alumni talk about is, KF cares about the wins. He cares about being in a successful football team on the field. But really, he wants us to grow as individuals off. He wants us to be the best husbands, the best fathers, the best brothers, the best sons, whatever it is that we are, be the best that we can be off the field. And being a better person, it's saying hi to Greg, the equipment guy, and be like, hey, how you doing today? Having a little talk with him, lifting his spirits up a little bit if he needs it. You see the janitors and you got to talk to them. You got to talk to Doug when you're walking by him. I mean, like, just little stuff like that. And I think that goes a long way in the real world.
I feel like Coach Ference never forgets a person's name either.
That or a face.
That's something maybe you tried to learn from him too?
I don't know if that's something you can learn. I think he's just got that.
That's just his thing.
Yeah.
But as far as football goes, Coach Ference, 100 wins in the Big Ten after last weekend. In terms of football and on-field coaching, what do you think really sets him apart from every other coach in the FBS?
So I think the biggest thing is, like, he doesn't get too high or too low. He's not overly ecstatic. He's excited. Like, don't get me wrong. He's going to give guys high fives and whatnot when they come off the field. But it's more about understanding what you need to do next. Like, we put ourselves in a good situation. Now let's continue to go upon it. Or if, we throw an interception or fumble, whatever it is, come over and like, all right, let's pick it up. Like, let's go. But again, it's not like it's the end of the world. You just go out there and take advantage of the next opportunity. And when you've got somebody that's even keel like that, it keeps everybody kind of even keel. And that way that you're plugging away at the right stuff.
All right, before we go here, anything you want to say to the Hawkeye fans out there before we get to this rivalry game?
I got nothing other than let's go Hawks.
I like it. All right, Hawkeye fans, we're going to tune in now with the Hawkeye Radio Network, get a little analysis from them.
We're back at Kinnick Stadium, awaiting Iowa and Nebraska. Black Friday for the Heroes Trophy. Special thanks to Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. They're this week's game sponsor and our partner in health. Wellmark has proudly served the Hawkeye State for more than 80 years and continues their support of Iowa football here in 2020. This season, choose the health insurance more Hawk fans trust to keep them covered. Visit wellmark.com to get a game plan today. Thanks to Chris and the crew at Wellmark for their wonderful support of Iowa Hawkeye football. Now, the initial college football playoff rankings are in. It's Alabama, Notre Dame, Clemson, and Ohio State, 1 through 4, followed by Texas A&M, Florida, Cincinnati, and Northwestern. The committee, with its chairman, Hawkeye Athletic Director Gary Barta, are weighing the value of teams that have played 3 to 4 games against those that have logged 7 or 8.
So it's a really unique year, as I know everybody's aware. But when it came to the top 4, I think, that became apparent. Alabama's been playing amazing. Notre Dame beat Clemson. Ohio State's still undefeated, had just beaten a good Indiana team. But, it's going to be an interesting year for sure, without question.
Iowa and Iowa State are both in the top 25. Good for them.
Yeah, Iowa State obviously, had a big win over Oklahoma. And I think everybody is aware, anybody who follows it is aware that as chair, whenever Iowa is discussed, I have to leave the room. So I left the room. The committee talks about it. I come back in and was pleasantly surprised to see the Hawkeyes listed there. And I think after the meeting, one of the committee members told me just the way that the Hawkeyes have been playing the last 3 games was really impressed the committee.
Once you get past the Final Four, the other 125 or 6 schools are hoping to have a good year because Bowl Scouts about this time of the season are out and about. Have you had any interaction, any calls, any conversations with Bowl Scouts?
I have been talking with the Bowls. This time of year, you mentioned they usually roam the parking lots through tailgates, and they have their bright jackets on. And, it's a fun time of year for us and a fun time of year for them. Unfortunately, my conversations with them so far this year have just been, they're all going through the pandemic financial challenges that all of us are. And so just trying to figure out which bowls are still going to be able to be pulled off. The good news is the NCAA has waived the 6-win minimum. So, we'll see how that all shakes out. The Big Ten will still have its bowls selected in the order that we have in the past. So unusual year, and again, I keep saying that, unusual year in so many ways, probably an unusual year when it comes to bowl games. And at this point, I haven't thought a lot about that. We're just glad every day that we go through our testing. We're, knock on wood, we continue to have good testing results so we can continue to play, and just 1 week at a time.
Let's switch to basketball. The Hawkeye men and women got nice season-opening wins. Caitlin Clark is as good as advertised for a pure freshman, and the Hawkeye men were dominant over North Carolina Central, and they'll take on Southern later this afternoon after our football broadcast here. But good start for both Fran and Lisa.
It was so exciting to see both of those teams play because, like football and like all of our sports, they've been training since June and not knowing if they're going to play, if they're not going to play. And so to see them out on the court actually playing someone other than themselves, in a non-practice. So that was exciting. And, you're right. Off to a great start. Luka had a terrific game. Good to see Jordan Bohannon back out on the floor. When it comes to Caitlin Clark, I had never seen her play other than in practice here at Iowa. I certainly had heard all the accolades. I'd seen video. But, wow, she came out the other night, and she's terrific.
Is she ever? Clark out of West Des Moines Dowling was one of the top-rated players in the country coming out of high school. Debuted with a 27-point effort Wednesday against Northern Iowa. Nationwide is proud to support Iowa chapters of Big Brothers Big Sisters. It's called the Kirk's Kids program. Kirk's Kids receive Hawkeye gift items, a ball autographed by the head coach, and a special behind-the-scenes experience at historic Kinnick Stadium. Compliments of Nationwide. Today we'd like to recognize Big Brother Andrew and Little Brother Austin from Central Iowa as today's Kirk's Kids from Big Brothers and Big Sisters. Nationwide is on your side. Up next, we'll hear from Nebraska head coach Scott Frost. He's delivered by UPS. This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle, and this is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Well, Hawkeye fans, we've gotten our football update. We've gotten our men's basketball update. Let's chat a little bit about our women's basketball team. They just opened up their season on Wednesday against UNI with a 96-81 victory. This was the Hawks' most points scored versus UNI since the 2002-2003 season. Always good to see that, especially when you're opening up a season two. They are a young team, but certainly fun to watch. Freshman Caitlin Clark, you heard Gary Dolphin mentioning her. She is definitely fun to watch. 27 points. Sophomore McKenna Warnock came out 14 points and 13 rebounds. Good to see a double-double out of her. And of course, Gabby Marshall. We all know her from last year. She was sharp from the three, making her sophomore year debut. Looked like she didn't skip a beat from last season. Head coach Lisa Bluter said that although it was great to be back, she said not having the crowd energy was a little bit tough. We know that women's basketball definitely loves their loyal fans. We miss you guys there in Carver Hawkeye Arena, but we know you're going to be tuning in to watch them. Their next home game on December 5th against Wisconsin. That time is yet to be announced. You can find all of that information as we get a little bit closer on HawkeyeSports.com/gameday.
I think it's time, it's your time to shine. Started way behind, now you need the line. Yeah, I think it's time, it's your time to go. Been a star from the start, now it's time to show. Say you working hard, well let's work some more. Say you on your job, time to let them know that you can't be stopped. You will not flop, give it all that you got, so you stay at the top.
All set to go. All right. We're going to get a little update here on Nebraska. Got to see what we're working with here today. They are currently sitting at 1-3 in the conference. Last week, losing to Illinois 41-23. Hopefully our score looks a little bit like that today. Hawks taking over the Huskers. The Huskers have had a little bit of quarterback controversy this season. Adrian Martinez started the first 2 games. Luke McCaffrey starting the last 2 games. It looks like Luke McCaffrey is going to be starting today with Adrian Martinez being that backup. They're also ranked 121st out of 127 FBS teams in third down conversions. So if our defense comes out and plays like they did last season versus Penn State, I think we're looking pretty good. I could go for another Davion Nixon pick 6. I'd like to see that today. On paper, this looks like it should be another happy weekend for our Hawkeye fans. Hopefully we see something like we did last year. I don't want to take it down to the last second again with the Keith Duncan field goal, but I don't know. It was kind of fun. Let's kick it back to Delph and Ed for the UPS interview with Nebraska's head coach, Frost.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Welcome back to Kinnick Stadium as we await Iowa, Nebraska here on Black Friday. Today's chat with Nebraska head coach Scott Frost is brought to you by UPS, working together to achieve great things like the Hawkeyes. And that's problem solving. Visit ups.com and learn more. UPS, the official logistics company of Iowa Athletics. Nebraska is trying to settle on either freshman quarterback Luke McCaffrey or his backup to this point, junior Aiden Martinez, a former starter. Now, combine that uncertainty with playing a lot of freshmen on offense, key injuries to veterans, and 5 turnovers against Illinois. Well, COVID 2020 has been particularly hard on third-year head coach Scott Frost, but he's keeping his chin up by staring at the big picture.
We're excited to be playing football. We fought to play football. I'm glad we're playing. No matter what happens, I'm glad we're getting this experience. To get better as a football team, we need to be able to play. It's great we get to play Iowa. I got so much respect for Coach Ference and their program. We've been in 2 close ones that we lost at the last second the first 2 years. They're going to make you earn it, man. They're a physical team. They're good on defense. They do a great job on offense. We're excited to be playing. And it has been a weird year. It's been a challenging year trying to handle every one of these weird situations the right way. But great that we're getting a chance to play this football game. We're so much better in so many ways, but we weren't Saturday, and that's what frustrates me is we've taken steps forward. I feel like we took a step back Saturday. We got more talent in this program than we've had the last 2 years. The talent keeps growing. A lot of the good players that are playing for us are young, freshmen, playing for the first time. You know, to win in this league, you got to not only have the athletes on the field and have the right X's and O's, you got to execute it really well, and that's easier to do with a veteran team than it is a young team. I think defensively, Saturday wasn't what we wanted, but our defense has been running and hitting better. We got the pieces at skill on offense now, some of them young. So the progress is evident when you're inside these walls, but it's got to show up on the field. We're playing 3 games against 3 good opponents. We're going to take our swing. There's no doubt that the improvements are being made. It's got to show up on the football field, and we've got to catch some momentum.
We're not sure who gets the call at quarterback today, at least starting for Nebraska. It may be an alternating situation the rest of the year, by game or by half.
I care about those 2 kids so deeply. And, you know, I've been kind of benched here before as a quarterback for a short time during a game. Got booed when I came back into the game to some degree. Sometimes you need that shake-up, and it puts a chip on your shoulder. There's no doubt in my mind Luke McCaffrey's the future around here. But right now, to help us win, we got to play the guy that gives us the best chance. And I think Adrian's been playing with a little chip on his shoulder. Luke's playing well. So we're going to evaluate this week and see which one goes out there. I feel good about both of them. We just need to keep coaching them as well as we can so we get the best that we can out of them.
Some of the thoughts of Nebraska head coach Scott Frost as he prepares his Huskers for battle today with Kirk Ference and the Hawkeyes. At Community First Credit Union, we offer low-cost services, easy-to-use digital banking, and a team that's dedicated to your success. Our goal is to be the best possible financial partner today and tomorrow. Save with us, borrow with us, grow with us, because at C First, together is better. C First is a proud sponsor of Hawkeye football, equal opportunity lender, and federally insured by the NCUA. The Riverside Casino and Golf Resort Hawkeye historical winning moment and the University of Iowa Sports Medicine injury update are right around the corner. You're listening to the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. And this is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Hawkeye fans, remember that you can get involved in our show and be up on the Kinnick Stadium video board in a couple of different ways. The first way is by going to HawkeyeSports.com/fancam. We want to see you guys on there. And the second way, of course, is on Twitter by using the hashtag #FightForIowa. You can be featured up on the Kinnick Stadium video board, and then also, like I said, right here on our show, just like we're showing you right now. Let's hop over to that tag board and see what you guys are posting about today. So we've heard from Coach Frost. Now we want to check in with our head Hawk, Kirk Ference. Let's check in with the Hawkeye Radio Network for our UPS Kirk Ference interview.
Welcome back to Friday football from Kinnick Stadium. The Hawkeyes and the Huskers on Black Friday. Congratulations to Marvin Boyer and John Morrell, today's Shelter Insurance fans of the game. Shelter Insurance for your auto, home, and life. Visit your local agent or find us online at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter. Our pregame visit with Hawkeye head coach Kirk Ference is brought to you by UPS, working together to achieve great things like the Hawkeyes. That's problem solving. Visit UPS.com and learn more. UPS, the official logistics company of Iowa Athletics. What an irony that COVID has not only disrupted the original schedule, but slotted Iowa and Nebraska back on this day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday. I was watching a video the other night of the famous 1971 game, number 1 Nebraska against number 2 Oklahoma. Both were undefeated. It was Bob Devaney coaching against Chuck Fairbanks, and Nebraska's great kick returner, the All-American Heisman Trophy winner Johnny Rogers, ran a punt back 72 yards to the end zone against the Sooners. It was dubbed the game of the century. I'm with you, Coach. I love the game on this date, given the history and tradition that it represents.
Well, it doesn't seem possible. That was 50 years ago, or almost 50 years ago. And I'm also glad that I'm thankful, I guess, more appropriately, that he's not playing for Nebraska right now, because, boy, was he a great player. But, yeah, it's this is something I think that's hopefully growing to everybody's liking. This time of year, you know, I'm not against Friday games at all. I think it's a little bit easier once you're in the latter part of the season for a team to be ready. The other part is it doesn't conflict with high school football, which I think we all want to be respectful of that part of it too. So it's worked out to be a good thing. And, this one wasn't planned, as you mentioned, but there have been a couple good things that have come out of this virus deal, but not many. This is maybe one good thing.
The last two games have ended with winning field goals by Miguel Racinos and Keith Duncan. Nebraska, I remember, roared back to win in overtime a few years ago on a couple big punt returns. So it certainly isn't far-fetched to think that special teams could weigh heavily.
Yeah, well, no question. And, yeah, thanks for bringing up some scar tissue for me, that 14 game. That just, it still is like the poster child for everything we don't want to do or don't want to be as a team. We turned it over in the red zone. We gave up a quick, easy touchdown right before the half off a turnover. And then, two kick. I mean, we couldn't cover a kick or a punt the whole day. So it was just, it was bad football on our part. And it just, that's one that kind of doesn't leave you, unfortunately. But I think, to your point, special teams were big in that game. And, the last 2 years obviously came down to the last play of the game, 2 field goals. And I think the last 2 games are probably representative of what you can expect. Or today, just, 2 teams are going to really be going at it play to play. And I'm guessing this is going to go the full 60.
Kirk, what can you say about that defense, the Iowa defense that hasn't already been addressed, from stopping the run to creating turnovers? Now, it's not been perfect, but Phil Parker and that defensive staff really has that group humming along.
Yeah, I think two things. Well, maybe three. First thing that comes to mind, you mentioned the turnovers. They've been huge and force the other team to make mistakes and lose possession of the ball. I know that drives basketball coaches crazy and football coaches as well, to not take good care of the ball. Errors in baseball, walks, same thing. So those are big things. The second thing that comes to mind is the next man concept. And we've had some guys in and out of lineup all year long, but whoever goes in seems to step up and do a really good job. And then I think the most important point about the defense right now, in my mind, is the improvement, because I don't mind telling you, walking off the field 4 weeks ago, I wasn't so sure how good we were in anything, quite frankly. And just, the defense, we didn't stop the run very well. We didn't contest it well enough that day. And, we paid a price for it. So the improvement that the players and staff have, staff's done a great job with the guys, but it still always comes down to players. The players have really responded. They've really, I think, grown. I think they're feeling more confident and about themselves and what they can do collectively. But all that being said, it's like anything, you got to go out and play today. And, anything we've done that's good, but it really won't help us today. And we have to try to rise to the challenge again against two very dangerous quarterbacks. I'm not sure if we won't see both of them, but I know this doesn't matter who it is. Those guys can run, they break, contain, they cause a lot of problems, and it's going to be a kind of a unique challenge for our defensive team.
Kirk, with Iowa's running game, it sure looks, at least on the surface anyway, that Tyler Goodson and Mekhi Sargent, they're not concerned about who plays when and how many carries somebody gets. No jealousy, no pouting with those two.
Yeah, the big picture, again, coming off that field 4 weeks ago, wasn't so sure how good we were offensively either. And that started, with the run game. It's just, we really didn't run the ball very effectively, very efficiently that day. And, so you just got to wonder about things like, how good can we become, and are we going to be good enough to win a couple games? So I think we've made, just like I talked about the defense, I think the whole story there is the improvement. Things didn't click in game 2. We were close, in game 1, but still left the door open too many times, and that caused us to lose. And since that time, I think we've been operating a little bit more efficiently. All that said, there's still a lot of things to work on, but I think we're doing some things better. And, hopefully that growth will just, continue with each time out.
You mentioned the quarterback position somewhat unsettled at Nebraska. You do expect to see both Luke McCaffrey and Adrian Martinez today. How similar are they, or how different are they?
From my vantage point, I'm not a defensive expert, but I think they both look kind of similar. I don't want to say the same, but similar. And the thing you worry about both of them is, they can make some throws that hurt you, but the real strength, I think, is with their feet. And we faced 2 running quarterbacks last week. Those guys were more kind of bigger, stronger runners. And these guys are guys that they kind of run the ball like a running back, and they're elusive. And where it gets really hard is, I go back to Braxton Miller in 13, when we're playing Ohio State over there. They got a number 1 draft pick at running back in Hyde. They got good receivers, good line. And, when Miller was back there with the ball in his hand, he could throw it and it would hurt you. And then if he wanted to, he just pulled it down and ran. So you're trying to play pass coverage back there. And then all of a sudden, here comes that quarterback. He's 8 yards down the field. And these guys both make guys miss. So it's, it's one of those things where everybody's going to have to be really disciplined with what they're doing. We can't let them break contain. That killed us a couple of years ago. That was Martinez, but we can't let them break contain. And then we've got to really try to, when they start running around, we got to find a way to, box them in a little bit. And it's going to take more than one guy. We're not going to win it by individual effort here. It's going to be after a real collective group effort.
Former Hawkeye Eric Shenander is defensive coordinator at Nebraska. He likes the 3-4 alignment. What are your concerns with the Huskers defensively?
Yeah, first of all, Eric, great guy, former Hawk, and on that 2002 team, and what a great family they are. They're just really super folks. So happy for his success, and they've done a good job with the defense. Those guys are playing hard right now. It's been a different preparation in all regards this week. We got a short week. Nebraska runs 8 million plays on offense, so that's a challenge. And then defensively, you don't play a lot of 34 teams. We'll have Wisconsin coming up here down the road, but there aren't many 34 teams in college football, so it's a whole different set of circumstances, getting our rules down, getting our fits, all those things. And so it's been a busy week, and we're not, hay's never in the barn. You're always trying to figure out what might work for you and give you some production.
Hay's never in the barn, but the Hawks have been doing a good job of bailing it the last 3 weeks anyway. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels, Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton, each offering guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, a pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when next you visit Hawkeye Country. Well, I see pulling into the parking lot Ed Podolak. He's driving his Iowa-Illinois Ford dealer keys to the game. He'll share them with you when we come back. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle, and this is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Well, Hawkeye fans, just a quick reminder that you can join in on our show and be up on the Kinnick Stadium video board by going to HawkeyeSports.com/fancam. We want to check in with our fan cam right now. Looks like we've got a few on here. One that got a helmet on. I love it. Nice little background. I see the control room in there. Some Christmas decor. Is that a Hawkeye Santa hat? I love it. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us today. We so appreciate all of your support. Of course, watching our Game Day live show. Keep this on throughout the game. We appreciate it. Now, Hawkeye fans, we're getting a lot closer to kickoff. Let's take a look at our starting lineups.
Run for your life.
Here's today's starting Iowa lineup versus Nebraska. At wide receiver from Lake Cormorant, Mississippi, Brandon Smith. Starting at tight end from Highland, Illinois, Sam Laporta. At offensive tackle from Detroit, Alaric Jackson. At offensive line from Odison, Iowa, Cole Banwert. At center from Solon, Tyler Linderbaum. Offensive lineman from Balsam Lake, Wisconsin, Cody Ince. In the offensive line from Bettendorf, Mark Kallenberger. Starting at wide receiver from Newark, New Jersey, Amir Smith-Marset. Starting at quarterback from San Rafael, California, Spencer Petras. Starting at running back from Sewanee, Georgia, Tyler Goodson. At fullback from Larchwood, Iowa, Monty Potabom. The place kicker is from Weddington, North Carolina, Keith Duncan.
Run for your life.
Let's meet today's starting Iowa defense. Lineman from Detroit, Chauncey Golston. Defensive lineman from Kenosha, Wisconsin, Davion Nixon. Defensive lineman from Prophetstown, Illinois, Jack Heflin. Defensive lineman from Zeeland, Michigan, Zach Van Valkenburg. At linebacker from Skokie, Illinois, Barrington Wade. At linebacker from Sycamore, Illinois, Nick Neiman. Linebacker from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Seth Benson. At cornerback from Louisville, Texas, Matt Hankins. Strong safety from Belleville, Michigan, Kayvon Merriweather. At free safety from Des Moines, Jack Kerner. At cornerback from Ankeny, Riley Moss. Punting from Melbourne, Australia, Tori Taylor. Long snapper from Rolling Meadows, Illinois, Austin Spiewak.
Greetings and welcome to the first ever virtual game day with the 140th edition of the Hawkeye Marching Band. Under the direction of the band's 13th director, Dr. Eric Bush, we're bringing you this music from our historic pregame show and selections from our recreation building show. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get ready for the boom. The University of Iowa proudly presents one of the great university bands in America. Please welcome our award-winning Hawkeye Golden Girl, Miss Kylene Spanbauer. Drum major, Michael Jansen. Our drumline and sousaphone sections. And 250 marching Hawkeyes. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the University of Iowa Hawkeye Marching Band. And now, here's a salute to head coach Kirk Ference and our Iowa Hawkeyes. The University of Iowa Hawkeye Marching Band.
1, 2, ice.
Well, Hawkeye fans, thank you all so much for tuning in to our pregame show. Don't leave just yet. You can keep this rolling throughout our Heroes game today. For that in-game experience, you'll see everything that's going up on the video board. We'll tune in with our Hawkeye Radio Network. We'll have some fan interactions, Ponchero's Burrito Lift, everything that you love about that in-game experience. We are bringing it to your home. And also, don't forget to use the hashtag #FightForIowa on social media so you can stay engaged with us. We'll showcase you on our show and also up there on the Kinnick Stadium video board. We hope this pregame show has gotten you pumped and gotten you ready for our game today. Remember that you need to keep this screen rolling as you watch your Hawkeyes on Fox today. You don't want to miss what happens throughout the game. Listen along with Gary Dolphin and Ed Podolak and bring the Kinnick video board to your home. I'll check back with all of you with our first half analysis at halftime. Enjoy our Heroes game today. Let's beat Nebraska. Go Hawks.
Hawkeye fans, Herky has arrived. For more than 180 years, John Deere has been a leading provider of services and equipment, serving industries ranging from agriculture to construction. The Iowa John Deere dealers are proud partners of Hawkeye football and Herky the Hawk.
Yeah. You ready? Hey. Let's go. Back. Yo, once again I'm back around. Real shit back in style. Haters reconcile. I'm so black and proud. First class tickets now. Feet all in the eye. Everybody looking down. Everybody get red when you drown, huh? Looking me up. I'm putting it down. You picking it up. Checking the models. They want us to go to college just so we can be stuck. Go to school to make a living. Or teach yourself to make a fortune. Common sense. Welcome to the apocalypse. I'm one of the horsemen. I don't need your endorsement. I don't need reinforcement. Giving you your last warning. Cause I'm at my prime. Yeah. I'm at my prime. Whoa. Have I gone too far? Do you detect something different? If you look inside my head, would you say something's missing? If you could give all your riches just to say the word, would you risk it? These politicians so old, can't tell if they're dead or they living. Better ask Kathy Griffin. You know I like to raise stakes. We was always taught to hit the gas. We ain't even know they made brakes. We control our own fate. Watching dreams take shape. Try to keep us out. We gon' freak out. Turn this water cake. I don't need your mandate. Don't need you to elevate. I'm about to detonate. Cause I'm at my prime. Yeah. I'm at my prime. Said I'm at my prime. We at our prime. Hey, hey, we at our prime. Yeah, I'm at my prime. Hey, hey, I'm at my prime. Whoa, said I'm at my prime.
darkest of darks. And our lowest of lows. We fight back. The one thing Hawkeyes have in common,
100 miles an hour or greater. Incredibly semis flipped over.
when our backs are against the wall,
Our families go out of existence.
The amount of flooding in this area is unprecedented.
we fight back.
Go ahead, finish it out, Brett. Finish this.
Giving up is not an option. For Hawkeyes, it is an opportunity to rise again. Not to who we were before, but a new us. A better us, together as one. We stand together. We fight together. We put in the work, the grind, the sweat, the blood, and the tears. We fight for Iowa.
Take it to him.
I thank God I was warring on the gridirons of the Midwest and not on the battlefields of Europe. I can speak confidently and positively that the players of this country would much rather struggle and fight to win the Heisman Award than croix de guerre. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem.
Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. Hawkeye football is on the air.
Up under center, play fake to pass, wide open, caught, touchdown, Iowa. Wide receivers, they run a double reverse, so the Hawks have it blocked. Touchdown, Iowa, touchdown.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926. Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. By the Iowa Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau, who reminds you to click it or ticket day or night. MedFarm Iowa, medical cannabis experts. And by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the new Draft Day Sports Lounge and Topgolf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City. Kickoff is just moments away. You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now let's join Gary Dolphin for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
Thanks to Whiffles Hybrids for sponsoring our pregame Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles raised right in the central Corn Belt. They just had the flip of the coin, the Hy-Vee coin toss, and the Hawks won the toss. They've elected to receive and will therefore defend the south goal. Nebraska will kick off at the opposite end, the north end zone, as that wind howls out of the northwest. So the Hawkeyes are going to go into the breeze to start the game. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Hy-Vee, happy holidays from Hy-Vee. Save time and shop online with Hy-Vee Aisles Online. Go to HyVeeAislesOnline.com. A special thank you to Chris Valencia and the crew at Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield, today's game sponsor and our partner in health. Wellmark has proudly served the Hawkeye State for more than 80 years and continues their support of Iowa football during 2020. This season, choose the health insurance more Hawk fans.
All we do is stunt, yeah we stunt. All we do is stunt, all we do is stunt, yeah we stunt. All we do is stunt, all we do is stunt, yeah we stunt. All we do is stunt, all we do is stunt. That cash money, I got it. That swag, honey, I got it. My pop tags, I got it. You talk about it, I got it. Boy, we stunt, all we do is stunt. All we do is stunt, yeah we stunt. All we do is stunt. All we do is stunt. All I do is be stunting. Why these dudes be fronting? Hit them all and buy what I'm wanting. You touch me, we jumping. Need a runway, I'm finna take off. Cushion knock your face off. One made one like steak sauce. Running through the green like a play golf. I'm tried on, not cop it. Cause I'm hating new, just stop it. Cause I'm hating new. They jocking like a rubber band, I'm popping. In that supercar lane hopping. Them big wheels and they chopping. Hit them once, then we swap them. They fall in love, then we drop them. Yeah, we stunt. All we do is stunt. All we do is stunt. Yeah. Yeah, we stunt. All we do is
Hope you all had a great Thanksgiving. Eddie and I were chewing on some meat yesterday and last night down here in Iowa City. And we await the Hawks to take the field.
Well, there were a lot of shopping at Hy-Vee. There were a lot of great big.
Yeah, you were over there yesterday, right?
Yeah, you know, I'm there 2 or 3 times a week. There's dinner place, but there was a lot of big turkeys. You know, this year the small turkeys, the little turkey breasts, they were out of them. But the big turkeys, because you
plenty
can't,
of them. Huh?
Well, you can't have more than a few people at your house
that's
for
true.
Thanksgiving,
especially this year.
Yeah.
Kirk Ference on the sidelines, starting hopefully his second 100 victory string. He got his 100th last week, at Penn State. Ivory Kelly Martin is back deep. Amir Smith is in the end zone. Kelly's back there with him. That's a short kick taken at the 15 by Ivory. 20, 25, 30 across the 30 and drilled at the 32-yard line. Nebraska has done the short kickoff all season long.
That's interesting because they kick it just outside around the 20-yard line. So if you're going to call for a fair catch, you get it at the 25. Ivory took it back past the 30.
A return of about 17. Simon Oddie, a backup sophomore linebacker, made the stop. So good field position for the Hawks to start with as they overload the left side with 2 tight ends. That's the short side of the field. Nebraska blitzes on first down, and the first pass of the day by Petrus is caught for a short gain by Brandon Smith out across the 35 to the 36. A gain of 4 or 5.
Yeah, Nebraska plays that 3-4 defense. Iowa State plays it. Nebraska plays it. Not many college teams do, so that makes your blocking a lot different up front.
And therefore, they'll send a linebacker more often than not to help out that front 3. A gain of 4, second down 6. Just underway in Iowa City. The Hawks moving right to left toward the north goal line. Petrus to throw again. Pass caught up around the 40-yard line of Nebraska. A high toss that was somehow snared by Sean Beyer.
Yeah, you were talking about his catches last week, and that he was, wow. He could have stuffed a basketball. He went up so high.
Deontay Williams was there. He gets credit for the tackle, but Beyer climbed the ladder to catch that one, and it's all the way into Nebraska territory at the 42.
Yeah, he looked like he caught it one hand, knocked it down. Great catch. Good start.
22 yards. He ran a seam route right down the hash on the Nebraska sideline, and the Hawks are throwing the ball coming out. Here's a sideways throw, and down the near sideline goes Amir Smith.
There's an out-of-bounds hit.
There's a 15-yard add-on as he was drilled into the Iowa bench, and he was at least 4 or 5 yards out of bounds. Have they thrown a flag?
Yeah, they did. It was down the field.
Down here in the corner.
It was Honus, number 3, that drilled him out of bounds.
He's one of their better defenders. How about Spencer Petrus? 3 for his first 3.
Good start.
Personal foul against Nebraska. Now, he was rolled out of bounds near the 28-yard line.
Personal foul. Defense, late hit out of bounds, number 28. Half the distance to the goal.
I had number 3, but maybe that's the case.
Well, Honus had the tackle.
Yeah.
And then Luke Reimer, the other linebacker, came in and added a little more than he should have, obviously. But that was really a cheapie because Smith was almost on the ground when he jumped on him. 14-yard yard line is where it ends up. So about a 12, 14-yard gain for Amir Smith. Add on 15 of the penalty, and the Hawks are knocking at the door. 1st and 10 in the Case IH red zone. Now the first handoff is a draw to the tailback Goodson, and he loses a yard. Ben Stilley, the veteran senior defensive end from Ashland, Nebraska, met him in the backfield.
Now that time, Nebraska had 4 hands on the ground, so they were in a 4-3, which is something they don't do very often.
3 minutes into the football game, and the Hawks with the opening kick have driven it from their own 32 to the Nebraska 16. So a loss of 2 for Tyler Goodson. Wide right goes Smith, Amir Smith, Marset. He's in the slot. Brandon Smith wide right. 2 tight ends, wing left. Laporta now goes in motion. On 2nd down and long, they're going to run off the left side. Goodson dives inside the 15, gets back the 2 he lost a moment ago, plus a couple. And the Hawkeyes face 3rd down and long. Joe Doman, the inside left linebacker, with a nice tackle. Good job by the Nebraska front of standing up that Hawkeye line.
Yeah, that was real close, though. The Hawkeyes, he just missed the cutback. Hawkeyes moving that defensive line backward.
Now we've got one official calling timeout.
They got a hurt player from
an injured Nebraska player. It's Luke Reimer, who picked up the personal foul penalty a moment ago, so he'll have to come out of the game. The Hawks are in the Case IH Red Zone. Learn more about exclusive offers on top-performing tractors and combines at caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Iowa with back-to-back runs after Petrus completed 3 consecutive throws on a seam route to Byer. That was the big one in the series. And then a nice catch by Amir Smith on a naked slot receiver screen. He picked up the personal foul after he was out of bounds. And the Hawkeyes are in business, but now facing 3rd down and 8 at the Nebraska 14, just inside the 14. And they help Reimer off the field, so his backup is Simonotti. Let's see what Brian Ference has dialed up. Trips to the right. Tracy Reganey and Amir Smith-Marset. Brandon Smith to the short side of the field. One running back is Goodson. And here's Petrus straight back to pass. Fires on a quick slant. Incomplete, almost intercepted. Intended for Reganey. And, man, they were glued on him. JoJo Doman came out and provided additional help to the cornerback. And the Hawkeyes are going to have to settle for a try for 3.
Yeah, the Nebraska series went with 4 down linemen, 2 linebackers, 5 defensive backs. Defense that we didn't expect.
Duncan's kick will come from the 22. 32-yard field goal try, and it's right through. Iowa draws first blood. The Hawkeyes are on the board. Duncan now on the season 7 out of 10. And that one from 32 yards. 3-0 Hawkeyes with 12:06 to play first quarter. Now the defense will trot onto the field with the lead. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
The annual Heroes Game is played to honor and celebrate the heroic actions of individuals who serve our nation and our communities. This year, we acknowledge the selfless service of individuals who allow our day-to-day lives to continue. They provided us a sense of normalcy and allowed us to continue our day-to-day lives. More than ever, we've seen the heroic actions of many. First and foremost, our healthcare workers, and as always, the men and women of our armed forces. We also acknowledge the selfless efforts of the individuals who deserve recognition, from public transit workers to grocers, our delivery drivers, postal workers, educators, and so many more. There are more heroes in our daily lives than we know, and this year has shown us how important so many are. For this year's Heroes Game, we celebrate and honor the heroic actions of so many and extend our sincere and utmost appreciation.
The gang at Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield, led by Chris Verlenja, our game day sponsor. They welcome you back to Hawkeye football. Iowa just used the first 3 minutes, the opening kick of the game, to drive down the field, 54 yards. Nice opening kick return by Ivory Kelly Martin on the short boot. And in 7 plays, Spencer Petrus had him in field goal range, and Keith Duncan obliged with a 32-yarder. 12:06 to go in the first period. Now Nebraska will get the ball for the first time. All of our scoring drives this year are sponsored by Shields. For all your holiday Hawkeye gear, Shields is right there with you in Cedar Falls, Iowa City, Sioux City, and Des Moines.
Well, you know, it's interesting, Gary. We got 3 points out of that drive and just only 2 runs or rushes in that drive. All the rest were pass plays. So I guess that was the plan, come out throwing the ball.
Caleb Shudeck will boot it away for the Hawkeyes, and back deep for Nebraska. Alante Brown is the up man. Here comes the kick, looking up into the sun, and unable to find it is Alante Brown. So he just lets it bounce through the end zone, and here comes the Iowa defense, led by Davion Nixon. Nick Neiman, 16 tackles last week. Chauncey Golston. It looks like Noah Shannon's going to start it.
Yeah.
He and Zach Van Valkenburg. So Jack Heflin maybe nicked a little bit. Seth Benson and Nick Neiman are the two linebackers. So they're going to go cash back with Belton to start the day. So here is Luke McCaffrey in the Wildcat. He flips it out of the backfield to the tailback, and he's got some running room. Still on his feet all the way out to the 38-yard line. Well-designed play as they flipped it to Wandale Robinson, who's a pass catcher by trade, but they've been lining him up in the backfield with injuries.
Yeah, it's actually a backward pass. It was a lateral, and the wide receivers did a terrific job of blocking.
12 yards and a first down. On first down, high snap. McCaffrey gets it under control, and here he goes. He's not afraid to run. He gets 5 on first down. Everybody covered downfield. He's looking into that low setting sun, and he tucked it and ran across the 40 to the 42. Second down, 5.
Yeah, Noah Shannon starting at that defensive tackle position.
They're picking on him. Seth Benson made the stop. Second and 5, 3-0 Iowa. Empty backfield, 5 receivers, and they run the jet sweep to Wandale Robinson, and guess who met him at the front door? Davion Nixon flings him down for a loss.
Well, you think he saw his eyes? Remember him last week? He said, I could tell by that guy's eyes. They had a tackle and TE scrape there where the end went inside. Nixon came outside and ran right into the ball carrier.
Loss of 7. It's third down and 12. The ball back to the 35. Boy, if you're going to run a jet sweep, you probably ought to try somebody other than Robinson. Every black shirt's finding out where he's at every snap. Empty backfield, throwing down. McCaffrey fumbles a snap, picks it up. He's sacked. He's sacked. The Hawks picked a really good time to call a red dog, a linebacker blitz, and Sioux Falls, Seth Benson got him on the ground.
Yeah, and he fumbled the snap, but they'd have got him anyway. They had 3 Hawkeyes right around the quarterback, and what a good start for the defense.
Adrian Martinez snuck in there on his head. Boy, they put him in there early on 3rd and long because he's a better runner. They lose 10, though, thanks to the bobbled snap and the sack, courtesy of Mershman Seeds, and now a punt coming up on 4th and forever. Oh, and it's a short kick by Prizzup, taken by Charlie Jones. He angles across the field to the far side, waiting for blockers. Now starts upfield, crosses the 40, near the 45-yard line of the Hawkeyes. Iowa going to have great field position with which to begin this drive.
Charlie Jones, unbelievable, returning those punts. They almost had a shoestring tackle on him, but he kept his feet, turned it up the field for, what, 15 yards?
13, you're pretty close. A 39-yard punt, though, by Prizzup was short. It was a wobbler, and the Hawkeyes have excellent field position. Great job by the defense of stopping the first series of the Cornhuskers after they did get 1 first down. Timeout on the field. 9:50 to go first quarter. Iowa 3, Nebraska nothing. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
A special thank you to Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield, today's game sponsor and our partner in health. Wellmark has proudly served the Hawkeye State for more than 80 years and continues their support of Iowa football. This season, choose the health insurance more Hawkeye fans trust to keep them covered. Visit Wellmark.com to get a game plan today. Throughout the game, use the hashtag #FightForIowa for your chance to be featured on the video board and to win prizes from the Eastern Iowa Airport. One lucky fan will win a $500 Delta gift card, courtesy of the Eastern Iowa Airport. Travel well and visit flycid.com.
sacks, one by Davion Nixon on the jet sweep attempt, and then Seth Benson drops Adrian Martinez after a fumbled snap from center or a bad snap from center. Take your pick. Forcing a Nebraska punt, 13-yard return after a 39-yard boot by Charlie Jones, and the Hawks are near midfield leading 3-0 as we welcome you back to Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Hawkeye football. Every day, Iowa farmers are using innovative practices to improve the quality of our water. That's important. They're teaming up with experts to implement a science-based playbook to conserve natural resources for a better today and tomorrow. The Iowa Corn Promotion Board and Iowa's corn farmers care about the water we share. Get in the game and learn more at cleanwateriowa.org.
Well, see what Iowa does now for running the ball and see if Nebraska stays in that 4-2 defense that they were in through that series.
You said Brian Ference had a healthy discussion with center Tyler Lindebaum.
Yeah, you know, he calls the blocking patterns, and I think that he had no one on his nose, which you expect with a 3-4. So I think they made some adjustments, and let's see what happens.
Well, they brought in a fullback now, and Goodson is the tailback. Up under center is Spencer, and he fakes on the give to Goodson. Fires over the middle. It is caught and then dropped. Ball thrown a little bit behind Tyrone Tracy Jr., and he took a wicked shot from Markel Dismuke and Taman Lynham, the cornerback. That pass was just behind him a little bit.
Yeah, and he needed to settle down a little bit. When you get that big opening in the middle, you got to settle down. That's what Petrus was expecting.
It's been the criticism of Spencer, just developing a touch. No question about his arm strength. Now the Hawks are running it off the left side. Nebraska guessed right. 2-yard loss as they blitz the defensive back Dismuke. He's the best back there out of Compton, California. 6'2", 215 pounds. Been a starter for a couple years. Really smart guy. And the Hawks continue to try and solve this 3-4 and the off looks from it. 3rd down and 11. The Hawks on the year 37% on 3rd down. That's okay. They'd like to have it better in the low 40s at least. Empty backfield, 4 wideouts and a tight end. Petrus back to throw. Good protection. Lobs it on a crossing route to Goodson. He's at the 50, 45, 40. 1st down. How about that call?
And that was great because Petrus looked off the coverage and then came back to Goodson coming across. One of the things that we've had trouble with as he's learning the game is Petrus is locking down on one receiver. That time he looked it off.
18 yards, and they needed 12, almost 12. Nick Heinrich, the linebacker, chased him downfield and ran him down, but he was wide open. Good job of camouflaging there by Petrus on the route and coming back to the short man. 1st and 10, the Hawks at the Nebraska 39, leading 3-0 midway through the 1st quarter. Goodson on a cutback right to left, spins away, and then trips over Sam Laporta, the tight end, who was throwing a block for him, or it would have been more. He gets a couple. Ben Stilley, the defensive end, on the stop.
Yeah, Nebraska has come out to stop that off-tackle run, which is so effective last week, and they're run blitzing the linebackers on the inside running. As soon as the quarterback opens up, they go to that side.
Gain of 2, 2nd down 8. 8 minutes, 10 seconds to go 1st quarter. Iowa scored on its opening drive. Trying to follow up with another tally on drive 2. In motion is Tracy out of the slot. They run straight ahead, and as he made his cut, Goodson slipped and fell. Might have fell forward for a yard, but rarely do we see Tyler Goodson trip over his own feet. He did there.
I think he tripped over an offensive lineman, but
you may be right.
But he had the cutback. Oh, that'd been a big gainer.
I think it was a fullback. Monty Potabom was right in front of him, and he was kicking his guy out. And when Tyler cut, he tripped over Monty's shoe. So it's 3rd down and 7. 7.5 to go 1st period on Black Friday, and the Hawks wearing the black shirts today, leading 3-0. Petrus going to have to throw. They're rushing 4. Steps up in the pocket, rolls right, throws, and incomplete. The intended receiver, Tyrone Tracy, ends up on his back before the ball got there, but I don't see any flag. So it looks like the defender and Tyrone got together. And the Hawkeyes are going to have to punt it away.
Yeah, they got their feet tangled up. I don't think there was any planned contact on that. Oh, boy, he was open early, and
that's too bad.
Petrus missed him. He had a linebacker chasing him down the field.
So the Hawks trying to solve these Nebraska fronts. Great opportunity there, but they'll have to punt it away right from midfield. So they call on Torrey Taylor, the Big Ten's second best kicker, 45.5-yard average. He knocks it straight up in the air. It's angling to the right, hits at the 5 and is down inside the 3. Hit just outside the 5. My goodness, that thing was headed for the sideline, and when it hit the ground, it turned left and went straight toward the goal line.
And fortunately, Ivory Kelly Martin was right there to dive on top of it to keep it from going in.
How about that? A 35-yard punt deadened at the 2 by Ivory Kelly. And excuse me. I'm all choked up over Torrey's punting. We're back in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
We can't wait to get back to normal and to see Kinnick Stadium come alive. Season ticket renewals and deposits for next fall are available. To do so, go to HawkeyeSports.com/tickets.
Talk about a hard place to win. Kirk tells the story about one of the first wins he had was right here, and that's when this program started to turn the corner. And that's been about 20 years ago. 10 years ago is the last time we won here. 100 wins in the Big Ten.
Last Saturday was truly a cause for celebration. The 41-21 victory over Penn State was Kirk Ference's 100th win in Big Ten play. The milestone places Coach Ference as just the 4th coach in Big Ten history to reach 100 conference wins, and how special to do so in his home state. Congratulations to our coach, Kirk Ference.
Deadened at the 2 by Torrey Taylor. Nebraska has the football for a second chance, and we're going to check in with Rob Brooks on the Hawkeye sideline, brought to you by U.S. Cellular. There's some concern over punt returner Charlie Jones, huh, Rob?
Yeah, Dolph, that last return got slammed to the turf pretty good and had to be helped up by a couple of teammates, and was a little bit slow to get back over to the sideline, met by the trainer, and now has been taken into the locker room for further evaluation. One injury update for Nebraska, too. Inside linebacker Luke Reimer, who limped off the field. He's their 5th leading tackler. It's an ankle injury. They're testing it on the sideline to see whether he can get back in.
Nebraska quarterback Adrian Martinez standing about 3 yards deep in his end zone. So we thought we'd see him. He's had success against Iowa, and he's in there to start this series. They run the draw handoff for maybe a yard. And that was to the youngster Marvin Scott, a true freshman from Daytona Beach, Florida. Well, if there were 70,000 people in this place right now, young Marvin Scott would have some issues, Ed.
Yeah, right in that north end zone, too. It'd be tough to hear anything.
Second down, call it 9. They send a slot receiver in motion. Here's Martinez. Throws it to the sideline, caught but immediately hit by Matt Hankins, and drilled is Oliver Martin. Iowa City West product, Oliver Martin. Now he does get it out to the 8-yard line, so that's a gain of 6.
Boy, that was a dangerous throw. Just a half a count later, and we'd have had 6.
Martin was drilled immediately by Hankins, so another chance for the Hawks to get off the field on 3rd down and 4. Huskers go empty. 5 receivers, 3 by 2. Here's Martinez. He can really run with a football. Here's the snap. He takes a step back. He's looking to run all the way. Looked like a hold, It's going to be a first down run and then some out across the 25 as the Hawks didn't set the edge, plus add in what looked like a hold on Joe Evans, and Martinez gets the first down.
Yeah, it was a hold on Joe Evans. That's why he couldn't set the edge. He couldn't get off of the right tackle because the right tackle had two hands of shirt on him.
Oh, I don't know how you miss the obvious ones like that. Here's a loss of a couple yards all the way out to the 27-yard line, and they run an off-tackle play with Marvin Scott, and he is drilled and dropped. Say where they spot the ball. Oh, a heck of a play by Davion Nixon again as he slid through the blocker and reached out and grabbed him with his left paw. Loss of 3, second down 13 for the Huskers at their own 24-yard line. They wing a tight end right. Let's see if they go that way. That's the short side of the field. Twin receivers to the top. Martinez play fake, looks right, now comes back to his left. Now he's scrambling for his life. Gets the corner turn, across the 30 and out of bounds at the 32-yard line. So he gets the 3 back that they lost, plus about 5. Noah Shannon has escorted him to the sideline, into the boundary line, and Nebraska's looking at 3rd and almost 6.
Yeah, you know, they can extend plays like Coach Ference was saying in your pregame interview. Both of the quarterbacks can really buy a lot of time back there.
Down to 4:55 to play first quarter, 3-0 Iowa. Here are the Huskers on 3rd down and medium, just across their own 30. Martinez throws, caught, and drilled immediately short of the first down is Wan'Dale Robinson. Boy, did he take a shot from Dane Belton, who was spying on him all the way. There's our first Spun and Rose hammer hit of the day.
What a tackler Dane Belton is. My goodness, he tackles like a linebacker, and he only weighs 200 pounds.
They got 4, but they're 2 short of a first down. And when you're 1-3, you got to expect anything from Nebraska. They're showing punt from their own 20-yard line. Charlie Jones is back in the game, and he's downfield, circling underneath the football at the 23. Makes a guy miss. Heads to the near sideline. Gets the corner turn. 35-40. 45 midfield. Blocker to the 45 of Nebraska. This guy is fearless. I don't want to overstate the obvious, but he had a missile diving at him just as he caught the ball, and he took a sidestep to the left, and he was off to the races.
Yeah, he's something. I've not seen a college. Well, you're talking about Johnny Rogers in the pregame show.
And hello, everybody. I'm Iowa's News Now with the first meteorologist, Nick Stewart. Fantastic weather on tap for late November standards anyway. Lots of sunshine, maybe a bit breezy today. Northwest winds as high as 20 miles an hour. Temperatures in the low 40s throughout the game. And overall, later on this evening, temperatures still near 40 degrees with plentiful sunshine continuing. Sunshine will continue into the weekend as well. Your weekend outlook for Iowa City near 50 on Saturday with lots of sunshine. Back to the mid-40s on Sunday, so still above normal as well. And then things get a little bit cooler as we head towards early next week. Stay safe, everybody. Stay healthy. Go Hawks.
Today's military hero of the game is presented by American Equity and Mid-American Energy. In 1943, as World War II raged, Dean Mowell quit high school to join the Navy. He was assigned as a crewman to the USS Gambier Bay, a Casablanca-class escort carrier. His ship saw action in the Battle of Leyte Gulf in the Philippine Sea. Historians have cited this battle as one of the greatest last stands in naval history. The USS Gambier Bay was pummeled by the Japanese battleship Yamamoto. Taking on water and beginning to list, the ship's crew continued to fight and forced Japan's larger armada to retreat. As his ship began to sink, Dean made a 60-foot jump into open sea. He and his shipmates would float in shark-infested waters for more than 48 hours, drifting over 60 miles without food or water until their rescue. On October 25, 2019, Dean attended the 75th and final reunion of the USS Gambier Bay. Dean and his crewmen are immortalized on the Johnson County Freedom Rock in Veterans Memorial Park in Solon, Iowa. Ladies and gentlemen, our military hero of the game, Dean Mowell, proudly sponsored by Mid-American Energy and American Equity.
finish off a drive right now. Huskers rushing 4. Petrus throws a weak side feed to Brandon Smith. Has a blocker out there. Jackson leading him downfield. Well-designed play.
Very well designed, because those linebackers, when that quarterback opens up, they're sprinting to that side of the field. So we threw it back to the short side. Nobody out there.
That was big-time misdirection. DiCaprio Boodle may have saved the touchdown as the play works for about 15 yards. And the Hawks have a first down inside the Nebraska 35 at the 33. More misdirection to the short side of the field. Swinging the other way is Petrus on a quarterback keeper. Turns the corner, takes a heck of a shot at the 31. So after all that, he gets a couple. Spencer's not going to win a foot race too often.
No, he isn't. And that was, again, a misdirection play. They were trying to get the ball quick out to Tyrone Tracy.
Now, Deontay Williams put a shot on him, along with that linebacker, JoJo Doman. He'll hit you. Gain of a couple. Hawks moving to this point to the 31-yard line of Nebraska after a great return of 31 by Charlie Jones off the punt. Special teams looming big here in the early going. One running back, fake the draw handoff to Sargent. Pass is caught on the run, and a cartwheel tackle of Emir Smith-Marset is made, but the big fella from New Jersey held on to it.
Oh, I tell you, he got hit right as he caught the ball, did a full flip over the defensive back, held on to it. Great catch.
Gain of 19 and a 1st and 10. Check that, a gain of 15. 1st and 10 just inside the 18-yard line of Nebraska. So the Hawks are in the Case IH red zone once again. 2.5 minutes to go. First period. Iowa 3, Nebraska nothing. Heavy package, couple tight ends, one tailback for Petrus and the black shirts. They're going to run Sargent off the right side. Spins away from a missile of a linebacker and gets inside the 12 to the 10. He almost broke that one to the end zone.
Yeah, real good job of cutting back, and he's so strong below the waist. He just ran through the tackle. Nebraska now back in that 3-4. So with the double tight ends, you've got tight ends on linebackers on the outside.
Got 7. Almost got it all. Deontay Williams, he's made a lot of tackles. The senior safety out of Jacksonville, Florida. He got that one there, but the Hawks have 2nd and short just outside the Nebraska 10. Trying to add to a 3-0 lead late first quarter. Heading toward that north goal line. Here's the snap out of the Wildcat. Spencer fires right side, caught by Laporta. That'll be a first down near the 6-yard line, and the Hawks will have 1st and goal. Outside linebacker Garrett Nelson latched onto him just as the ball arrived. Let's pause 10 seconds. No, quite on top of an ID yet.
But we're in the red zone.
Yeah, we're in the Case IH red zone. 1st and goal at the 6 out of a tight eye. Fullback leading Tyler Goodson, tight end or slot receiver in motion. Petrus looking for Tyrone. Has him. Caught. Touchdown. Tyrone Tracy Jr. What a route. He came all the way across the formation from the left slot to the right side, then circled into the end zone and ran back to the near side. And Spencer, with great protection, put it right on his number.
Yeah, and those linebackers flying to the tailback, and none of them behind the line of scrimmage. So as Tracy came across, Tracy Jr., he was wide open.
Tyrone Tracy on the catch. Is that his first touchdown catch of the year? Must be. Okay. Point after good by Keith Duncan. Saw his folks at the hotel this morning. They're fired up about today. Iowa extends the lead to 10-0 on the Huskers with 1:09 to play here in the first quarter. We'll keep it right here. The Hawkeyes 10, Nebraska nothing. Now that was a pretty drive fueled by Charlie Jones' punt return.
It was, and the Hawkeyes went all to counter plays there against the motion. Every time that the quarterback is coming out as Petrus goes one way, those linebackers from Nebraska fly into the line of scrimmage to stop the run, and so we're coming back the other way, and gosh, that's just the way you draw it up right there.
What a big time square route that was by Tracy. Ran all the way across the field toward the Nebraska sideline, straight line to the end zone, and then back to the near pylon where Spencer Petrus, that gives you an idea how much time he had to wait for Tyrone to clear, and he ran right by the linebacker who was turned inside out. 6 plays, 45 yards, just under 3 minutes used by the Hawkeyes. That's our Shield scoring drive, and it's 10-0 Hawks with 1:09 to go in the first quarter. Iowa will kick off. Shudeck again will do the honors. Back deep shielding the sun is Cam Taylor-Britt and Alante Brown. And Brown lets it go into the end zone and out the back door. If you need to recycle old working refrigerators and deep freezers, visit MidAmericanEnergy.com for details plus energy saving tips. And today's Hawkeye football is brought to you by Bud Light. Whenever there's a Hawkeye game to watch, there's a Bud Light nearby. Say hello to EMC Insurance. Your business doesn't need countless insurance companies. You need one insurance company you can count on, and that's EMC Insurance. Find your agent at EMCINS.com. Well, the defense certainly doing its part.
They are, and now they're back to the other quarterback. At this point of the game, Luke McCaffrey back in.
And it's good to see Jack Heflin out there, so apparently he was okay. They just started Noah Shannon. Van Valkenburg right next to him. McCaffrey, play fake on the draw handoff, hits the tight end. First down across the 35 to the 38. That shows you that McCaffrey can throw the ball, too.
Yeah, he got that out quick, too. Tight end coming in behind the linebackers, and that was a good, well-designed play.
Travis Vokalek tackled immediately by Jack Kerner as he ran a little seam route. Here's the counter draw handoff to the tailback, and good running room. Nice cutback by Marvin Scott as he gets 5, maybe 6 on first down before he's latched onto by Matt Hankins. Good job blocking by that Nebraska front.
Yeah, and this should be the last play of the first quarter. The Hawkeyes will get the win.
35 seconds to play till the period end. McCaffrey on a quarterback draw, and he's loose as he angles to the outside and gets wrapped out of bounds at the 37 of Iowa. Man, can he turn it on? He's like Christian with that speed.
Yeah, and you know they saw this play last week. How many quarterback draws did Penn State run? That's all that is, a quarterback design draw.
Timeout, 17 seconds to go since he got out of bounds. And all of a sudden, Nebraska's in Iowa territory. Here's a pass overshoots the intended receiver, Levi Falk, as he ran a square out down near the Iowa 10. It'll be second down. Jack Kerner in coverage. That last run by McCaffrey went for 21 yards. It seemed like it was longer than that, man. He covered a lot of real estate right to left. Here he is at the Iowa 37. An off-tackle run by Scott, Marvin Scott. He's close to a first down. Ran off left tackle, cut it back to the middle, and he's dropped 2 yards shy of the first down by Jack Campbell, who's in there taking his licks now as the first quarter comes to an end. Nebraska on the move. Iowa's in the lead after one period, 10-0. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Get your ice in college sports. Let's send our support and encouragement to the kids and their families watching the game. Stadium and from all around the world.
Hi, Hawkeye fans. We can't be with you at the game this year, but let's work on being together again soon. Remember the 3 W's. Wash your hands. Wear a mask. Watch your distance. Do your part so we can see you next year. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. Go Hawks.
punching some holes now in the run game. The Hawks in the first period, 95 passing yards, only 10 rushing yards. So it's clear what Nebraska came in, what the intent was, Ed, to stop the run.
Yeah, there's no question those linebackers have been flying to the side that the quarterback opens up on, and that's why we did so many counter plays, both passes and runs, in that last drive.
32-yard field goal by Keith Duncan. And Spencer Petras with a touchdown pass, his 4th of the year against 4 interceptions. But don't forget 3 of those 4 occurred in the Northwestern game. But 4 touchdown throws now for Spencer, and he's going to have some opportunities to make plays in the passing game.
Yeah, and now that we've flipped around and the wind is enough down on the field that it blew the football off of the tee prior to that last kickoff. So we scored 10 points going into a pretty stiff wind in that first quarter.
Hawks will have the breeze in the second period as we start play shortly. On the U.S. Bank scoreboard, Texas at halftime leads Iowa State 13-10. A hard-hitting defensive struggle there. 13-10 Longhorns over the Cyclones at the break. Later, it's Notre Dame at North Carolina. Stanford at Cal, Oregon and Oregon State tonight. What do they call that? The what's that trophy game? Oregon State, the something Civil War or something like that. Anyway, the Hawkeyes ready to go to work. Or excuse me, Nebraska ready to resume play offensively. They go with 2 tight ends as Luke McCaffrey is back in a quarterback. Hawks have Chauncey Golston, Davian Nixon, and Jack Heflin, and Zach Van Valkenburg up front. 2 linebackers, Belton the Cashback in there. Nebraska 3rd down and 2 at the Iowa 33-yard line. Hawks need to stop here, force them into a field goal, although they wouldn't be immune to going for it either. Now a lot of motion, a lot of switching around with tight ends and wide receivers. Here's the handoff. They run the young freshman tailback, Marvin Scott, left to right over right guard and center, and it looks like he's going to be just a bit short. Jack Campbell stuck his nose in there, Ed. Let's see.
Yeah, they twisted around, and they're going to call him down about a football, length of the football short.
Well, the Hawks turned Penn State away twice last week on downs. 4th and less than a yard. And McCaffrey, who can run with it. Let's see what he does here. He's going to run off tackle. Big hole. And he almost broke it for the touchdown. He gets the first down inside the 20. Jack Kerner may have saved the score there. Good blocking off the right side.
Yeah, and again, this is all the way a quarterback run. They pull a guard around to lead him. And well-designed play on a short yardage call.
He got 9. Iowa protecting a 10-0 lead for the moment. McCaffrey with a draw handoff to Scott. He's bear-hugged and thrown back by Chauncey Golston. Little or nothing there, maybe a yard, as we're just underway in the second quarter at Kinnick Stadium. And the Heroes battle, the battle for the Heroes Trophy. Iowa 10, Nebraska nothing. Chauncey with his 25th tackle of the season. Did it all on his own. 1 back, 3 wideouts, and a tight end for Nebraska as they're heading north. Back goes in motion. McCaffrey's looking for him. Has him on a quick out, and he's dropped at the 15. Gained 2 or 3. Nick Neiman, who had 16 tackles last week at Penn State. That was his assignment all the way.
Oh, boy, real heads-up play. Linebacker has to run down a running back, and he does a good job of it.
Got only 3. He was out there on an island, so it's 3rd down and 6 at just shy of the 15-yard line of the Hawkeyes. Here's McCaffrey. Usually he'll keep the ball. Now they hand it off to Scott, and he's bear-hugged again by the aforementioned Nick Neiman. No gain, or very little gain.
He's trying to get back up to 16 tackles.
He may get there this quarter. So here comes the Nebraska field goal unit. Connor Culp will kick from the 21-yard line. He's got a long of 38. He's 7 of 8 on the year. And we'll see. Here's the snap, the spot. The kick is certainly long enough, and it is right through. So Connor Culp out out of the hold of Will Pristup. Boots it through. Nebraska's on the board. Iowa leads it 10-3, a 31-yard field goal, 11 plays, 62-yard drive. Nebraska's best ball movement of the first half. 10-3 Hawkeyes. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
At U.S. Bank, we team together to support our customers, our communities, and our Hawkeyes. We are pleased to champion athletic programs that enrich the quality of life for everyone. You can count on every U.S. banker to serve you and to cheer on the spirit of teamwork. U.S. Bank, the power of possible. Equal housing lender and member FDIC. Each Friday, a new episode of The Heartland premieres on YouTube. The show highlights the Hawkeye football, basketball, and wrestling teams. The show provides an all-access look at the programs with features on student athletes, coaches, and their journey through the season. Watch the latest episodes on YouTube and our social media channels.
Back to more Hawkeye football courtesy of Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield. Don't forget Iowa basketball on many of these Hawkeye Radio Network stations this afternoon. Following football as Iowa looks to go 2-0 on the young season hosting Southern. And let us know where you're listening in from today. We're ready to jot your name and town down. Check us out on Twitter at Gary Dolphin or Facebook.com/Voice of the Hawks. We'd love to give you a shout out. Going to give Rob Brooks a shout out. He's in the Hawkeye end zone. Brought to you by U.S. Cellular. Rob?
Well, you guys have been talking about the wind, and it has picked up since the start of the game. It was out of the west-northwest, about 8 miles an hour at the start. It's starting to gust 15 to 17 miles per hour, but that was a pretty good kick into that stiff wind by Nebraska. But the Hawks will have the wind here in the second quarter. Also, along that offensive line, Dolph, all games so far, it's been Jack Plum in for Mark Kallenberger at that right tackle position.
Thank you, Robbie, for the update. He's brought to you by U.S. Cellular, proud to be the official wireless sponsor of Iowa football. U.S. Cellular connecting Hawkeye Nation. Now, after the 62-yard drive that ends in a field goal, Connor Culp will also kick off, and Amir Smith-Marset.
He may have a chance here.
He has yet to return one this year. They're kicking away from him. Ivory Kelly. It's really an up kick, short, bobbled, but fallen on by the Hawkeyes at the 30-yard line. So they net 5 yards.
Well, it looked like he fell right on top of the ball. Nebraska is still hanging around like they have it.
Now there's a little pushing and shoving as they break the tackle pile there. I think Sam Laporta got on it, though. There's no doubt about that. 12:33 to go in the first half. Second period, Iowa 10, Nebraska 3. And with that stiff 17-mile-an-hour breeze that Robbie Brooks mentioned, Spencer Petras should be able to do some damage in throwing the ball down the field. He's hit a lot of different receivers to this point. 5 or 6. He's up under center. Hawks are going to try and get that run game going, and they're ganging up on it. Tyler Goodson, again thrown for a loss. Back to the 29. That's a loss of one. Damian Daniels, the 335-pound junior nose tackle from Dallas, says,
He looks bigger than that to me. I don't think 330. I'm not sure that they weighed all of him.
Maybe a leg and an arm.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, he was big there. So the Hawks are getting the message. They're going to have to throw the football. Empty backfield. And here's Spencer to throw. Steps back, looks into the sun, fires downfield, and it is over the intended receiver, Nico Reganey. He was double covered anyway. And Iowa's going to face 3rd and long, something they didn't face very often last week.
Yeah, and haven't so far in this game. Well, we made it 3rd and 12 so far.
Joe Doman and Deontay Williams were running stride for stride with Nico Reganey. Goodson comes out of the game now. And the Hawks go Brandon Smith, Sam Laporta, Tyrone Tracy, Amir Smith-Marset, and Sean Byer all wide. Empty backfield. 3rd down and long. Petrus looking. Plenty of time. Now he's forced out of the pocket. Rolls out to his left. Throws downfield and right to a white shirt. Intercepted by Nebraska. Oh, boy. That play was ugly from the snap.
And really a major mistake there. Brian Ference has him as soon as he's coming off the field. He's got to just throw that away. There was double coverage on the receiver.
Well, DiCaprio Boodle will never have an easier one than that, and he grabs it at the looks like the 42-yard line of Iowa. Timeout on the field. So the first big turnover of the day is hung on Spencer Petrus. I don't know if he just panicked and thought he saw something, but whatever he thought he saw, it wasn't there. Timeout on the field. The Hawks ahead of Nebraska 10-3, but the Huskers with the first turnover of the afternoon are operating out of Iowa territory. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Marissa Mueller, a student athlete on the Iowa women's track and field team, was recently named one of the country's 11 Rhodes Scholars. She's the 22nd student in Iowa history to receive the honor and just the 2nd female. Next fall, she'll spend 2 years studying stem cells and regenerative engineering at the University of Oxford in England. Congratulations to our very own Marissa Mueller.
Nebraska football when play resumes after the Boodle interception. It'll be 1st and 10 Nebraska at the Iowa 42 with the Hawks leading 10-3, but that all of a sudden has become precarious. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification before we resume play. From Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City, you're listening to Hawkeye football. Thanks for tuning in to Flagships WHO in Des Moines and WMT in Cedar Rapids. In the Cedar Valley area, Waverly, Waterloo, it's KWAY-FM, KCSI-FM in Shenandoah, Red Oak, KWPC, AM and FM in Muscatine, and KIFG, AM and FM in Iowa Falls. Hawkeye defense needs to try, well, they're trying. They need to get the ball back here, see if one turnover deserves another. McCaffrey in the gun, throws it straight sideways to the tailback, and upfield inside the 40 to the 36 comes Ramir Johnson, another freshman who flared to the right. McCaffrey turned and fired it. Hit immediately by Jack Campbell, but he gets 5 on first down. They're throwing everything at the Hawkeyes here.
Yeah, Austin Allen leading that play is tight end, 6'8", 250. He was doing the blocking.
McCaffrey awaits the snap. Here he is on the keeper. Nope, he hands off, and it's wide open to the near side of the field and out of bounds at about the 20-yard line. goes Alante Brown. Boy, was that misdirection not once but twice.
Yeah,
thought McCaffrey had it. He sold it. The Hawkeyes had to circle back to the opposite side of the field and get him out of bounds. Alante Brown, a freshman, another freshman from Chicago, gets 18. And the Hawkeyes are backpedaling right now. Just in the red zone at the 19 are the Huskers, trailing 10-3. Here's a draw handoff. They try to get to the outside and firing across the line. Jack Campbell drops him for a big loss.
Yeah, it's good to see him in shape because, Coach Ference has really been raving about this guy. He missed 3 weeks with mono.
Lost back to the 23, -4. That helps. Second down, 14. From the Iowa 23, McCaffrey fakes the throw, going to run straight forward, and he's grabbed onto by Davion Nixon. Nixon was all tied up by the blocker. Again, shucked him, reached out and grabbed McCaffrey as he gets 3 back. So it's 3rd down, 11 at the Hawkeye 20.
Yeah, really good job by the defensive line there of staying in their lanes where McCaffrey had no place to run.
Huskers are 1 out of 5 on 3rd down tries. They need 11 for a first down here. They're certainly in field goal range. Hawks showing blitz to get McCaffrey on the run earlier. He takes 3-step drop, fires to the corner of the end zone. It is nearly intercepted, just thrown a little bit low. Matt Hankins was there, but he knocked it away from Levi Falk. The ball was thrown low. Wouldn't have been completed either way, but Hankins had a great break on it.
Well, yeah, if it had been thrown high enough, Hankins would have had an interception. He had
going the other way.
Yeah.
So as it is, it's 4th down and 10. The Huskers will try another field goal. Connor Culp, who hit one from 32 last possession, will try this one from 39.
This is not a give me.
Here's the snap, the spot. The kick is sidewinding through. It's a 10-6 Iowa lead. Back-to-back field goals by the Huskers. We'll keep it right here. 39-yard boot by Connor Culp. 2 for 2 on the day, 9 out of 10 on the season, and with 9:42 to play in the first half, the Huskers have gotten back to within 4 of the Hawkeyes after a 22-yard, 6-play drive. Using 2 minutes. Fortunately, no more damage after the Spencer Petras interception by DiCaprio Bootle. But now the Hawkeye offense, understanding that Nebraska is ganging up on the run, we'll try and counter that with some plays in the passing game. Hawkeye football is brought to you today by your friends at Pioneer. For the best agronomic advice for your farm, count on your local Pioneer team for year-round advice. Pioneer, an American seed brand since 19...
Your Iowa men's basketball team is the 5th-ranked team in the country. They started the season with a commanding win over North Carolina Central. The Hawks return to the hardwood today at 4 p.m. The game will air on the Big Ten Network. Each game, we're celebrating the big brothers and big sisters of Central and Eastern Iowa. Kirk's kid of the game is Austin. Austin is joined by his big brother, Andrew. Nationwide and the Hawkeyes encourage you to become a mentor in your community.
Best when they're averaging 5 yards or so a carry, and they just haven't been able to solve this Nebraska defense, which last week gave up 280 yards. Well, obviously, they worked on stopping the run this week, and so far they're doing it.
Well, you heard Scott Frost in the pregame coverage. He really likes this team. They're playing a lot of freshmen. And those quarterbacks, Martinez often injured, but McCaffrey, a redshirt freshman. So they're taking baby steps and getting better snap by snap. Right now, the Hawkeyes offense needs to get it going on the ground, to Ed's point. Iowa's run 21 plays to 25 for Nebraska. As we await the kick by Connor Culp with 9:42 to go till halftime. Iowa 10 and Nebraska 6. Here's another pop fly kick that is caught at the 30. Fair caught by Sam Laporta. So the Hawks again have good field position with which to start this drive.
See, that's designed to come right out of the sun. They kicked it real high, about the 30-yard line. That time Laporta called for the fair catch, which I'm sure they had told him going in, you know it's coming at you.
He's shaking his head. He wanted to run it. He wanted to run with it. But listen to what Brian Ference or LeVar Woods is telling you, young man, and he did. Sure glove Sam Laporta. So here we go. Hawkeyes have tried to run the football with little success. And off a play fake to Goodson, Petrus rolls right, completes the pass at the 35, and shoved forward and then to the ground is Sam Laporta, as he was hit from behind by Will Honus, the linebacker. Good gain up to the 39-yard line. That's a gain of 9. You can call anything here. Second down 1.
Yeah, that was a good read there because the outside linebacker, Jojo Dorman, dropped back to cover a wide receiver.
Brandon Smith, Nico Regani split to the wide side of the field. They're going to run straight ahead with Goodson. And he tried to cut it to the outside with no luck, as the linebacker Reimer blitzed right into him. They figured on second and short they'd try to get the chain mover, but Goodson actually went backwards a half a yard. So it's still short of the first down marker by about a yard. Third down. You don't want to try and run sideways on this.
No, I'm running the quarterback sneak.
And he's going straight forward, at least we hope. Boy, Nebraska had a good shove back, but let's see where they spot him at the 40-yard line, which would be enough for the first down marker.
There it is.
It is. The signal is made. Didn't get it by much, though. He got shoved in the backside by the tailback, and that was enough for Spencer to pick up the first down. Law enforcement is cracking down on wearing seatbelts, Hawk fans. The Iowa Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau this holiday, and your local law enforcement remind you to click it or ticket day or night. Even balanced line, couple tight ends, one tailback for the Hawks. First and 10 at the Iowa 40 with Iowa leading 10-6. There's a hole, and running down the near sideline for a first down is Tyler Goodson. He gets up and he pumps his fist. Finally, he says, we broke through.
Yeah, double tight, which that 3-4, you've got a helmet on everybody that way with the double tight, and the Hawkeyes win the line of scrimmage there.
Goodson gets 13 on a first down run. Luke Reimer saved further damage, but Goodson picked up more yards on one carry than the Hawkeyes had net to that point in the football game. Now they wing two tight ends left. They run to the opposite side. Goodson slips and falls. He's tripped up and will lose 2 or 3 back near midfield. Boy, if you try to run sideways on this defense, they just outnumber you.
Yeah, that's and again, the Hawks, I like it when they put both tight ends down in their stance on both ends of the line of scrimmage. It just gives you a hat on everybody. Here it is again. Here it is again.
Sargent, who lost 2. Second down 12 from midfield. So Petrus back to throw. Fires, caught. Amir Smith still on his feet. Stumbles forward, loses the ball, but thankfully it goes out of bounds. He was near the Nebraska boundary line, near the Husker 30. Jojo Doman caught him from behind and punched it out of there. Amir trying to get extra yards. Great effort, but he was stumbling forward, trying to hold on to the ball with one hand.
Yeah, and the cornerback Newsome almost got his hand on that. That ball was thrown quick.
Return to the spot of the fumble. It still results in a first down.
17 yards on the pickup. He had the first down, stumbled forward with the ball, then lost it for another 3 or 4. So the Hawks are on the move at the Nebraska 33. And they're explaining it to Spencer Petrus now. He's happy with the explanation. Two tights again, straight ahead running Sargent, left then back to the right, then crushed at the 29-yard line. But a nice hole off the left side by Alaric Jackson and Cody Ince. Jack Plum starting at right tackle today for the injured Mark Kallenberger, and Sargent gets about 4.
And again, both tight ends on the line of scrimmage, and they had Potabom, who winged out from his fullback spot, so that is really a good running formation for him.
Will Honus with another tackle. Those linebackers will hit you, and they're missing their best linebacker today, Colin Miller, because of injury. Here's running for a little bit of room over the right side is Sargent.
And we've got a flag down, and looks like it's going to be holding against the offense.
Luke Reimer again. If it isn't Reimer, it's Doman making the stop, and he was shoved back at the 33-yard line. Let's check out the penalty.
Personal foul, clipping, offense, number 73, 15-yard penalty from the previous spot, second down.
Ooh, that hurts.
Well, that is something for a guard to clip. That's really a tough one.
Cody Ince is the one they signal out. The umpire, or the referee, is Ron Snodgrass making the call. Boy, that's a killer. 15-yard penalty.
Well, you're down. Coach Ference is going to he's going to pull his hair out over that one.
Shouldn't have been called.
No, he had his head in front and was on the line of scrimmage. Oh, there he goes.
Goodson gets to the outside, gets almost the penalty yardage back as he took a look inside, then bounced it to the outside. Luke Reimer got him before he could steady out and get his legs completely underneath him as he was leaning to the right, stumbling through, but he got 11, so that's a good play. Net of 11. Now it's makeable anyway. Third down and just inside 10 yards to go for a first down. The Hawkeyes with 5.5 minutes to go in the first half, leading 10-6 over the Huskers, driving at the Nebraska 33. So they're back to the original line of scrimmage. That was a spot foul a moment ago on Cody Ince. Petrus to throw. Lets it fly as he's hit.
That's interference. There come the flags.
Okay, late flags. Interference. Sam Laporta was on the receiving end.
He was tackled. Pardon me, Gary, but he was tackled.
He was tackled by Deontay Williams, who was beaten on the play. Laporta would have had the first down had he caught the ball. And Petrus, boy, good protection by that offensive line there.
Pass interference. Defense number 8. The ball be placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
First down for the Hawkeyes with 5:13 to go first half. And the Hawks clinging to a 10-6 lead for the moment. Deontay Williams, the safety, got up underneath Laporta. Sam made his break to the outside. Petrus delivered the ball right there. So it's 1st and 10. 2 penalties, 25 yards total on Nebraska. Tight end strong to the left, the short side of the field. Play fake that way. Petrus on a rollout, lobs it to the corner of the end zone, got a man open and just overled him. Oh my goodness. He had the receiver open, Nico Reganey.
So close. It's a half a step. And he got the ball out right on time, just a half a step, and it's a touchdown.
Reganey ran down the hash, then broke it to the outside. And Spencer got a little overly excited and put a little bit too much air under that one, and Nico couldn't quite catch up to it. But a nice looking play. Perhaps they come back to it. 2nd down, 10 at the 22 of Nebraska. Hawks near that Case IH red zone. Reganey goes in motion. Left and right. Left to right. And straight down the middle runs Goodson for a couple. They're run blitzing on almost every snap.
Yeah, there's no question what they're here to do today, and that's stop the run. And the success we've had is with double tight ends. Otherwise, we just don't have enough blockers.
Markel Dismuke made the stop. Caleb Tanner, though, the linebacker, the inside linebacker, threw the play off for Goodson. He had to try and cut back because Tanner was there. Third down and 8 for the Hawkeyes from the Nebraska 20. Petrus tries to make a play. Pump fakes. Now he's going to run down the middle. Tripped up as he crosses the 15 to the 14. He'll be a couple yards shy of the first down. Spencer doing his best to reach that first down chain, but he's about 2.5 yards shy. They are in the Case IH red zone. Hawks are...
Comes the field goal team.
Yep, they're not going to go for it on 4th and almost 3, which...
Well, now I don't know. Now they've got...
Now Duncan ran out there.
Yeah.
Now they chase him away. Well, actually, is that him lining up in the slot? It is. Well, we haven't seen this one before.
No,
now
that's Tracy Jr.
Oh, Tyrone. That's the other number 3.
Judge timeout, Iowa.
Oh, Duncan, I think they wanted to see what Nebraska was in here, but Duncan trotted onto the field and then turned and came back out, and I thought he was still out there.
Well, it'd been quite a fake if it had him in the slot position.
Timeout, Hawkeyes. Iowa leads at 10-6. Expect anything on Black Friday. 3:52 to go first half. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
The Iowa women's basketball team started their season with a win over Northern Iowa. The team will travel to Drake on December 2nd and will return to Iowa City to host Wisconsin on December 5th. Find the team's full schedule, game times, and TV providers at HawkeyeSports.com.
Hi, Hawk fans. Gary Dolphin here. Join me live every Wednesday night during football season from 6:30 until 8 for Hawk Talk with Kirk Ference, presented by View Rooftop on the Hawkeye Radio Network and KCRG 9.2. While we aren't able to be in person for the show this season, View Rooftop looks forward to hosting all Hawkeye fans next year. Hawk Talk with Iowa coach Kirk Ference, presented by View Rooftop from 6:30 until 8 p.m. this Wednesday night.
Fans, stand up. It's time for Panchero's Big Burrito Lift. Panchero's Mexican Grill, celebrating more than 25 years of burritos better built.
On 4th down this year, 4 out of 6, but usually is closer than the line to gain is usually closer than 2.5 yards. So Iowa, nice drive to this point by the Hawkeyes. Keith Duncan has 1 field goal today, 7 out of 10 on the year, and Gersonde will spot the ball. Austin Spiewak will snap it back there. This from the 23-yard line. So a 33-yard kick by Duncan to hopefully add to Iowa's 10-6 lead. We await the snap. Here it is, the spot. Kick is on the way, and it is good. Line drive just inside the right upright.
Yeah, the wind, if you look at it, right at his back, and it's really blowing down there now, and he didn't take a chance of the wind knocking it one way or the other. He just line drived it right through.
Take that. So the Hawks will kick off here in a minute. And 3:48 to go in the first half. Iowa now 13 and Nebraska 6.
That's the right call. I
agree.
That, and we have 43 yards rushing instead of 9.
That's a lot better than 9. I want to send our sympathies to the family of 96-year-old Dorothy Ellis of Van Horn, who passed away this past week. Big Hawkeye family. Her sons Larry, Randy, daughters Nancy and Rosemary. Dorothy, she'd have remembered when Niall Kinnick was playing.
Yep, she
as a young girl.
Still coming to a lot of games in her 90s.
Iowa uses just under 4 minutes. 12 plays, 55 yards. Actually, they used up almost 6 minutes of clock. And the field goal by Duncan makes it 13-6. Here comes Shudek's kickoff, and that'll be well over the head. In fact, it landed with the wind. It landed beyond the end zone. Caleb, boy, what a career he's had here kicking for Iowa, Ed.
Well, he's going to get a chance at the next step.
All of our Hawkeye scoring drives are sponsored by Shields. Shop Shields for the holidays in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. Hawks had 34 yards rushing, 25 passing on that drive. So much better on the ground, and hopefully that will improve. Maybe Iowa can get a stop here. A 3-and-out would be nice.
Martinez back in the game. He's not near as dangerous running the ball, in my opinion.
Not surprising that they're using both quarterbacks. Oh, and a low snap bounces off the ankle of Martinez, and he fell on it just as Nick Neiman arrived. Oh, too bad. Noah Shannon dove for it, but it hit an offensive lineman, came right back to Martinez.
You know that it hit Martinez's foot, went toward the line of scrimmage, and then careened back the other way. That center's had some...
yeah, Cam Jurgens, that's his second bad snap of the day. And they lose about 4 yards after all it's said and done. 3:16 to go first half. 2nd down and 14, so the Hawks need to pin him and hold him right here. One running back. They have trips to the left. Now one of those goes in motion as whistles blow.
And I think Hawks called timeout.
Timeout.
They didn't like, oh boy, Phil Parker is.
30-second timeout.
Now that's Seth Wallace.
Oh, it's Seth.
Yeah.
He's the designated screamer.
He's Phil Parker the second.
Yeah.
Designated screamer.
Yeah, that's how Phil keeps his voice intact.
Well, he's you know, if and when Phil ever retires, Seth would be the leading candidate to replace him as coordinator, but he's a linebacker coach, and he is unhappy with somebody.
Yeah, there was
in that position.
He was very unhappy.
Hawks have used their second timeout. Nebraska has all 3 of theirs. Let's see, Seth Benson. I don't think he was walking towards Seth Benson. I don't know if Seth was the one lined up wrong or what the issue was, but he certainly communicated what he wants done. 2nd and 14. Well, Coach Wallace understands they've got Nebraska in a vulnerable spot here. 2nd down and long. Tight end goes in motion. Here's the snapper ready to go. Martinez flings it to the right to the tailback out of the backfield. Gets the first down, and he's down the sideline, still going. And out of bounds, Wandale Robinson. They ran that play earlier in the game. He lined up in the backfield, took a loop, a little wheel route to the right, the wide side, and it's a big, big play for Nebraska.
Yeah, they put that big tight end in who's 6'8", 250, and he leads the blocking.
Kayvon Merriweather saved the touchdown, 28 yards. Wow. On 2nd and 14. Somebody missed an assignment there, because there was nobody near him when he caught the football. Now they're out near midfield, 49-yard line of the Huskers. That was too easy for Adrian Martinez. Nice straight back to pass. All kinds of time. Throws it to the sideline and well over the head of the intended receiver, Xavier Betts. He was well covered anyway. Riley Moss and Dane Belton were both there. Martinez has a strong arm. 2:25 to go. The clock stopped. Now 2nd down and 10. Well, if the drive stalls here, they'd be able to pin Iowa deep. Let's hope they have the chance to do that. 2nd down 10. 2-by-2, the receiver formation, one running back. Fake the counter to the tailback. Now Martinez.
Oh, there's holding.
Scramble, and he's running down the middle of the field. No flag.
My, oh my, oh my.
Gets about 3, maybe 4. Seth Benson ankle tackled him there. 3rd down and 7 for Nebraska. Good pressure by Jack Heflin that time, and forced Martinez to tuck and run. Now the Hawks need a stop from the Iowa 48. They pack 4 receivers right off the line of scrimmage. Martinez steps up in the pocket, throws, caught, wide open. And underneath route in that zone, Nebraska has driven to the Iowa 26. 1st and 10. Wandale Robinson on the reception. He ran out of that left slot across the field. 22 yards. And another big play by Martinez. Matt Hankins on the stop. And all of a sudden, the Huskers are at the Iowa 26. Down to a minute 35 to play. First half, Iowa leading 13-6. And here's a high snap over the head of Martinez. Flags fly. He just falls on the ball way back at the 47-yard line of Iowa. And another horrible snap by the center.
Yeah, and we've got holding finally called on a play that they've already lost 15 yards.
Well, I'm even smart enough to decline that. Yeah. Why couldn't they have called that on your call a moment ago?
Holding. Offense number 54. Penalties decline. 2nd down.
That's the right tackle, Bryce Benhart. He's been holding the entire first half.
It's been going on all day.
So the Hawks will decline that penalty. A 19-yard loss from the line of scrimmage. Martinez, he's living right. He's fallen on 2 bad snaps in this series. And the Hawkeyes now have Nebraska in a 2nd and 29 at the 45-yard line with a minute 19 to play first half. Same formation. Here's the snap. Martinez, this is a quarterback draw all the way. Gets to the outside, and he's hit and drilled into the sideline. Good tackle by Matt Hankins on Martinez. He gets 5 or 6, call it 6 yards to the...
And he got out of bounds. That was the big deal. He stopped the clock.
3rd and 23. We're just looking to get in field goal territory now with a minute 9 to play. Big moment in the football game. The Hawks. Like Chauncey Golston looked like he got held again on that last snap. Here we go. Martinez in the gun. And he's back to pass. All kinds of time. No pressure. Now he's forced to the wide right. Throws it downfield. It's caught. But it looked like he was out of bounds.
Oh, they're calling it a catch.
Oh, boy. Way too much time. Austin Allen, the tight end, makes the catch.
That's got to be reviewed.
Sure looked like he was out of bounds when he caught the football.
This has got to be reviewed.
I have not. Have you seen the replay on it?
Yeah, he was out of bounds. Here comes the official over here.
As he goes up and secures the football, doesn't look like he had possession of it.
On the field was a completed catch. The play's under further review.
He had his hands on the ball, but it didn't look like he had it secured when Kerner hit him and knocked him out of bounds. But they're going to review it. If it stays, it's 1st and 10 Nebraska at the Iowa 16 with still a minute to go in the first half. All plays under review today and this season are brought to you by Athletico. Physical therapy is usually the thing you are told to do after medication, x-rays, or even surgery. But let me ask you a question. What if the best way to fix your pain is to start where you normally finish? The sooner you start with physical therapy, the sooner you can start changing everything. It all starts with no prescription needed at Athletico. U.S. Bank scoreboard update. Of course, it's a Friday, so there's not a ton of college football going on, but midway through the 3rd quarter, Texas has scored a touchdown and leads Iowa State 20-10. Texas ranked number 20. The Cyclones 15th this week. 20-10 Longhorns midway through the 3rd quarter.
This may hold. There may not be enough here to reverse this. It's just a bang deal. The Hawkeyes have chosen just to rush 2 people and leave the other 2, the tackles, inside in case the quarterback runs, and because of that, they're getting no pressure on the quarterback.
That's pretty apparent. So we're looking at the replay now to see if he got a toe down. They're taking a long look at it on review. So they're trying to determine first possession and then did he get a foot down. That would be a big play.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. The receiver made the line to gain. First down at the 16-yard line.
Well, no, it's 4th down. Isn't it?
Well, I think it'd be enough for a first down.
Oh,
he ran right to the down marker. That's a big play of about 23 yards. They needed 23, got 23. The tight end, Austin Allen, he's 6'8" now.
Yeah.
6'8", 260. So he's got a long reach. Kirk Ference is not happy with the call, but the Hawks are going to have to change practice here and get some pressure on this guy.
It's a nightmare because if you give them lanes in the middle to run, these two quarterbacks can do it, but you've got to get some pressure on them.
Nebraska 1st and 10 in the red zone at the Iowa 16. And Martinez hands the ball off to the tailback on a counter move, cuts it back. He's inside the 10, inside the 5, down to the 3-4 yard line. Wandale Robinson on the carry. He's their Mr. Everything, their slot receiver. He can go outside, and he's in the backfield because of injuries at the tailback spot. He gets 13 on first down. Nebraska 3 yards away from potentially tying the game. And here's another straight ahead run. Check and see if that was Robinson again. It was. And the Hawkeyes jam him up at the 1 yard line, so he gets 2. Scott Frost wants timeout with 30 seconds to go in the first half. The Huskers on 2nd and goal, 1 yard away from the goal line. And Iowa leading 13-6. Well, this is the way they played at Ohio State in the first half, giving the Buckeyes everything they wanted.
This will be a 30-second timeout. Please reset the game clock to 33 seconds. 33.
Nebraska's second timeout. The Hawkeyes coming off a big win at Penn State last Saturday with a short week of preparation. But the same for Nebraska. They got thumped at home by Illinois, and the Huskers have all the momentum right now. And it started with Nebraska's defense.
Yeah, it's going to be a game of adjustments at halftime.
Sure is.
The Hawkeyes have got to figure out how to get some pressure on these quarterbacks. That Martinez must have had 10 seconds to throw that long pass.
It's been the play of the game for the Husker offense, is that 23-yard completion on 3rd down and 23. Now they're at 2nd down and goal from the 1. Now you would think this would be a keeper.
Boy, one official calls it a touchdown, the other doesn't, so it's a touchdown.
Touchdown, Nebraska. Straight ahead, Martinez. Davion Nixon got underneath him. But Martinez reached across the line. So even with 2 terrible snaps from center, fumbled snaps that Martinez fell on, and a big 23-yard completion, what a drive by Nebraska, as they take it down the field to tie the game, pending, of course, the point after try. It's 13-12. Connor Culp. A lot of red in the end zone, in the north end zone, and they're going to roar their approval as Culp kicks it right at the parents and the close relatives. 11 plays, 75 yards, 3.5 minutes of time used, and with 29 seconds to go in the first half, the Huskers have caught the Hawkeyes at 13-all.
Yeah, that play to the tight end, like he's 6'8", and he said 250. He's also been leading the blocking on those sideways throws that were effective, or had 2 big plays with that design. But you got to get some pressure on the quarterbacks.
Austin Allen, the tight end, that's his 13th catch of the year, so he's been featured. He's their number 1 tight end, transferred from Rutgers. So he changed one red uniform for another, and he's liking his time in Lincoln as the Huskers drive it 75 yards on this Iowa defense, and that's hard to do.
Especially with those 2 fumbled snaps, or bad snaps.
So the Hawkeyes ranked 24th this week on the initial college football playoff poll. See how aggressive they get here with 30 seconds to go till halftime. We'll see another pop-up pooch kick here by Culp. Laporta has been his favorite marker here in the first half, and here's another one right at Sam. He makes the catch at the 32. Fair catches. And Iowa will trot onto the field. Spencer Petras at quarterback. See if they can make something happen here in 30 seconds before halftime.
2 timeouts left for the Hawkeyes.
31-yard line is where they spot Laporta's fair catch at. Stay with us at halftime. We'll have a complete U.S. Bank scoreboard update of what is going on in college football and recap this first half for you. 13 all. Tailback is Goodson. Petrus to throw. There's a fire across the field on a deep slant, and it's underthrown. Intended for Nico Reganey. He was trying to fit that in a tight window,
yeah,
too.
They like Reganey at this point of the game. He's made a couple of big catches just before halftime this year.
So the deep slant is just underthrown. Tyrone Tracy checks in for the Hawks. 2nd down 10. I'm guessing they thought they'd take a shot on 1st down and then run it out, get to the locker room, and to Ed's point, make the necessary adjustments. Well, he lines up in the short shotgun. And he's going to throw it again. Back to pass. This is a shorter route. Caught across the 40 by Brandon Smith.
It's just enough for the 1st down, so that'll stop the clock until they reset the chains.
Right in front of Cam Taylor-Britt, who flung him down. And we have a timeout asked for officials.
Timeout, Iowa, their second. This is a 30-second timeout.
So the Hawks call a timeout. Gain of 11, almost 12 on the 2nd down throw. The ball at the 42-yard line of Iowa. 17 seconds to go. Well, you've got the wind behind you. It's almost a crossing wind.
Well, look at the streamers on the south goalpost.
Oh, yeah. No, I know. It's straight out, aren't
it's, 55 yards.
Makeable today?
Yeah, makeable going that direction. Probably, I don't know what the statistics are, but I'm sure we got somebody in the
what the percentages are?
Yeah, the percentage of that with our statistician.
Well, with 17 seconds left till half, Spencer's going to have to take a shot down the field, go vertical. And he sends Reganey and Amir Marset wide left. Brandon Smith to the right. Nebraska rushing 4. Petrus steps up in the pocket, throws it sideways to the left, caught for about a 7-yard gain by Reganey. And Iowa uses its last timeout with 8 seconds to go. The ball right at midfield, 2 yards shy of a 1st down. Petrus.
Timeout, Iowa, their 3rd and final timeout. This will be a 30-second timeout.
So the completion of 8 yards.
Please reset the game clock to 10 seconds.
To Reganey right at his feet. He went down and grabbed it off the turf. Petrus now 12 of 19 for 139 yards. A touchdown pass to Tyrone Tracy. And 1 intercepted. That led to a Nebraska field goal. Nebraska with a 13-point second period has caught the Hawkeyes at 13 all. 10 seconds to go. They've added 2 seconds back to the clock. What do you try here, Edward?
Well, you have to get a 1st down.
You got no timeouts left.
Yeah, and so if you throw it down the middle of the field, you've got to get down and clock the ball. And I think I'd throw it over the middle of the field, try to get it within field goal range.
Trips to the right. Petrus looking that way, steps up in the pocket, and he's going to be sacked. And that'll do it for the 1st half. Roaring in there was Casey Rogers, a backup defensive tackle, and Hawks need to get the ship righted here at halftime. 13 all, Nebraska, Iowa at the break. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
Alrighty, hello Hawkeye fans. Welcome back to Kinnick Stadium for our halftime report. The end of the first half, 13-13, all tied up. Iowa and the Cornhuskers. The Hawkeyes' first drive was led by an exciting one-handed catch by Sean Byer to set up the first Iowa score by Keith Duncan for the field goal. Our offense looked ready to toss the ball this game. I would say that's the main story of our first half. We were ready to throw the ball, not so much on the ground for this first half. The wind is picking up a little bit as we're heading into this second half, so hopefully we can keep the ball on the ground, get a little stronger running game going for this second half. They did just that. They kept the ball in the air for the second quarter, and we had that Tyrone Tracy touchdown in the end zone, which we all love to see. Super exciting. On the defensive side, Davion Nixon put an early show on with the tackle for a loss with Seth Benson coming up for the sack. So the defense looked pretty stout. We expected that. They're making the quarterbacks run, that is for sure. Switching it up for the Cornhuskers between Adrian Martinez and Luke McCaffrey. So I think we'll see a little bit of a switch up between the two of them as we head into the second half as well. Definitely keeps the defense guessing, but I think our defense is showing up today and looking pretty good. Charlie Jones, of course, once again showing that our special teams is a definite weapon. Him along with Torrey Taylor, our punter, they are a weapon. We absolutely love seeing our special teams come out there and showcase what they've got. So a couple of field goals for Nebraska and a late second quarter touchdown, which is where we ended up with all tied up 13-13. Like I said, hoping for a stronger running game as they come out. The wind's picking up a little bit, but Hawkeye fans, no need to fear. I think the Hawkeyes are going to come out with this one, take home the Heroes Trophy. Stay tuned for the rest of our halftime report. We're checking in with Gary Dolphin and Ed Podolak for the Hawkeye Radio Network. Stay tuned and go Hawks.
Here in Iowa City, tied up at halftime 13-all, Iowa, Nebraska. Hawks took a 10-0 first quarter lead on a Keith Duncan 32-yard field goal and a Tyrone Tracy 6-yard touchdown grab from Spencer Petras. Connor Culp kicked a couple field goals early in the second quarter for Nebraska, one of those coming off a Petras interception, and it was a 10-6 game. Then Iowa went back up by a touchdown. Keith Duncan, a 33-yard field goal with midway through that second quarter. And then a late touchdown drive led by Adrian Martinez, 75 yards, 11 plays. Quarterback snuck it in from a yard away. Culp's kick tied it up at 13, and that's where we stand at halftime. Hawk fans, learn how you can take your business to the top with UPS. Visit ups.com/pivot to learn more about tools built to help you be unstoppable. UPS. A complete U.S. Bank scoreboard is up next here at halftime. The Budweiser halftime show with Iowa and Nebraska tied at 13. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College. Total yardage about the same, 192 to 175. The score's tied 13-all. Iowa, Nebraska here at halftime. Our halftime coverage brought to you by Budweiser. As we wind up the month of November, Veterans Day, Veterans Month, let's salute some more of our native Iowans who have given their all for the military. Let's start with Blackjack Admiral Fletcher, who was born in Marshalltown and was the tactical commander at the Battle of Midway and Guadalcanal. Marshalltown, big time, stand up and take a bow. Medal of Honor winner, Admiral Jack Fletcher. To the United States Army, Russ Golderman from Davenport, Chuck Baumler out of Wadena, Storm Lake's Andy Paulson and Dave Anderson from St. Ansgar, Bob, Brent, and Jesse Rich of Mount Pleasant, Destin Miller, also Mount Pleasant, Steve Wingert, who hails from Wesley, Adam Holm from Parkersburg, and his late dad, Dale Holm in Charles City. There's Joe McBride from Fort Dodge in the Army, Captain Kyle Callahan of Iowa City, Ed Brandstatter from Coralville, Harold Vorba, Korea, hometown of Traer, Drew Hanshaws from Fort Madison, Dave Ryan from Melrose, 95-year-old Asher Schrader in Maquoketa, Brian Kratz, a Hawkeye UI grad, currently serving with the Iowa National Guard. Kyle Freeborn is from Montezuma. Major Gavin Sandvik out of Eagle Grove lives in Ankeny. Gary Demers, Sioux City. Monticello's Anthony DeSouza. Robert Schreckengost out of Sheffield. There's Jim Blood, a native of Sheffield. Leroy Burke and Goose Lake. Keith Horgan from St. Ansgar. Major Donald Anderson from Spencer. And Major Stephen W. Anderson also from Spencer. More United States Army vets, Bart Cowder, Jake Cowder, Joe Knuckle, Leo Knuckle, all from Cascade, Cy Pins in Dyersville, and Billy Otting from Cascade. To the United States Air Force, let's start with Air Force Captain Jimmy Fliss. He and his F-15E are parked in London today. Thank you, Jimmy, for your service. He's from up near Okoboji. Bob Showers from Dubuque. Chris Matt Ryan Jr., Captain Christopher Ryan is from Iowa. Don't have a hometown on him. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Joanne Fry from Ottumwa, Sean Murphy of Mobile, Matt Sadler from Elk Point, South Dakota, Jay Swisher in Anamosa. Thank you to all of our Army, Air Force, Navy, and Marine veterans on this special month of November. I want to thank Kent Everingham, who's from Chesapeake Beach, Maryland, with some Iowa ties. He's a captain in the Coast Guard. Thank you, veterans.
You bet. It's a big month. My father, a vet who spent most of 3 years in the Philippines, and I always try to visit a Veterans Cemetery during this month, and I visited one of the Freedom Rocks.
There's that in Iowa County, right? And there's a beautiful National Military Cemetery in Van Horn, just west of Des Moines, opened up a few years ago. As Winston Churchill said in World War II, he compared World War II to going through hell. And he said the only answer is to keep going. And he was right on. Second half coming up, Iowa 13, Nebraska 13. The Huskers will get the ball to start the second half. Builders, contractors, and serious do-it-yourselfers know Spahn & Rose is the one-stop shop for high-quality building materials like Anderson Windows. Every sash, every piece of hardware, every accessory easily comes together to allow you to create the home style you're after. Anderson Windows, more than just a window. They're peace of mind with several locations and job site delivery. Spahn & Rose is always close to your next job. Buy easier, build better with Spahn & Rose.
And the Hawkeyes have decided to go into the wind here in the third quarter, so they'll have the wind in the fourth quarter. Since the last two games have been won by a field goal at the end of the game, it's good to have the wind at your back that fourth quarter.
Sure is, and we'll see if the defense can, in between now and the end, force a couple turnovers and a couple easy scores for the Hawks. All right, Caleb Shudeck will kick off. We have some dangerous return men. Alante Brown and Brody Belt now back deep. And here's the line drive boot that sails through the end zone. Doesn't matter, into the wind, with Shudeck.
What a strong leg. That was just a line drive, sizzled through the end of the end zone into the wind.
So the Hawkeye defense, no doubt, even though it played pretty good, they're out of position on a couple of series, and Seth Wallace, Phil Parker, you can bet, have chewed the fat in that locker room. Nixon, Golston, Noah Noah Shannon is back out there to start the second half along with Zach Van Valkenburg. Now they're putting the ball at the 30. Oh, Iowa was offside, so they add that to the normal touchback yardage out to the 25. 1st and 10 Nebraska at the 30. And Luke McCaffrey starts the third quarter. Here they are on a fly sweep to Wan'Dale Robinson. He gets 10 to the 40 and a first down on first down.
Boy, their outside receivers are really good blockers, and that was the way that got cleared out right there.
And I beg your pardon, it is Martinez starting the second half. So Scott Frost likes what he sees with his more veteran quarterback. And Wan'Dale Robinson has hurt the Hawkeyes. He's near 100 yards of offense. Martinez, plenty of time. Now he's flushed to the right, throws to the tight end, who gets 4 or 5. They're always getting positive yardage. Travis Vokalek on the catch, Hankins on the hit. Vokalek, the safety valve. But again, Martinez, too much time.
Yeah, and a good job, though, of keeping him inside the pocket. He got to flip it out for a short gain, but he didn't get outside himself.
2nd and 6 after a gain of 4 at the 44 of Nebraska. One tailback, and they give it to him on a swing to the wide side. Cuts it upfield, gets the first down. That's Ramir Johnson. Doesn't matter who they have in there. They're gaining yardage. That tells me Nebraska's blocking well.
That kid can fly, too. He really got to the outside in a hurry, cut it back, and got the first down.
Of course, they're a no-huddle offense, so they're keeping the pressure on the Iowa defense. They're now in Iowa territory at the 49. From its own 30 to the 49. 21 yards on the drive so far for Martinez and company in a tie football game just underway third quarter. Adrian straight back to pass, throws it sideways to Wan'Dale Robinson. They get him in space, and he breaks a tackle and gets to the 45. Seth Benson angled out there, and he stumbles out of bounds. Neiman helping out, but a gain of 4. 2nd down 6 again for Nebraska. 2 minutes deep in the third quarter. Huskers have not led today. Here's Martinez. Play fake to the tailback. Back to pass. Lobs it to a wide open receiver at the Iowa 33. That's the tight end. Or check that, Levi Falk. Riley Moss was right there. Falk, a wide receiver at 6'2", 210. And a first down at the Iowa 32.
See, that's a veteran quarterback. He wanted to come here to the right, and he looked and looked and looked and couldn't find anybody open. Went all the way back across the field to the left.
13 yards on a cross field pattern throw. Here's the jet sweep again on the fly sweep. And running at the Iowa 20. Inside the 20, near the 15 is Xavier Betts. Well, they've got the athletes, that slot receiver fly sweep to get the job done.
Yeah, they're attacking the outside of the Hawkeye defense successfully at this point.
Neiman and Kayvon Merriweather on the stop, but Nebraska driving right down the field at the Hawkeye 17. 1st and 10. Here's Martinez straight ahead running for Ramir Johnson. He's the 4th tailback used today from New Jersey, Bergen Catholic. That's a football factory. Seth Benson on the stop. He gets 5, maybe 6 on first down. Hawks are being shoved down the field defensively. We haven't seen that very often this year. Again out of the gun. Here's Martinez. 2nd down. Call it 5. Robinson goes in motion. They run straight ahead again to Johnson. Big hole. He's going to reach the end zone. Fumbles it as he goes into the end zone. We've not seen a sign yet, but they're calling now they call touchdown, and Nebraska takes the lead with ease on the first drive of the second half.
Yeah, they didn't even have a third down play in that whole series going down the field. We talked about adjustments at halftime. That was not the one that wasn't the adjustment we were looking for.
Freshman tailback Johnson straight down the chimney, 12 yards. Matt Hankins tried to get him before he could reach the goal line, but he leaned across. The ball popped out, but it did break the plane. And
they're going to review. He's coming over to the screen now, but I agree with you. I think he broke the plane.
12:05 to go. Well, that didn't take long, less than 3 minutes in the third quarter, but whether or not he got in, Ed, point of concern is how easy they were doing everything outside, sweep, fly sweeps, runs off tackle, and now the last two plays really blew it open in the middle of that Iowa defense and ran straight down the seam.
Yeah, that we talked about adjustments at halftime, and Nebraska made a good offensive adjustment. Now we're looking at the replay now, and it appears he had control when it crossed the plane.
All plays under review are sponsored by Athletico. Physical therapy is usually the thing you're told to do after medication, x-rays, or surgery. But what if the best way to fix your pain is to start where you normally finish? The sooner you start with physical therapy, the sooner you can start changing everything. It all starts with no prescription needed at Athletico. Hawkeye basketball later today on the Hawkeye Radio Network, Iowa and Southern. Here's
Going on the field, stands is called, touchdown.
It is a touchdown. 12:05 to go. Third quarter, and Nebraska has the lead for the first time today. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. Connor Culp is on to add the extra point and would put Nebraska up 7. We await the snap. Here it is. Spot. And the kick makes it 20-13 Nebraska. All right, the Hawks need to respond in kind. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Special thanks to Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield, today's game sponsor and our partner in health. Wellmark has proudly served the Hawkeye State for more than 80 years and continues their support of Iowa football. This season, choose the health insurance more Hawkeye fans trust to keep them covered. Visit wellmark.com to get a game plan today.
Courtesy of U.S. Cellular, Iowa finds itself on the short end of the score for the first time today after a rushing touchdown by Ramir Johnson, the freshman for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. But Adrian Martinez, the quarterback, leads the visitors on a 70-yard, 8-play drive that used only 2 minutes and 55 seconds, the first 3 minutes of the second half. And Nebraska breaks the 13-all tie and leads it 20-13 as the Hawks get ready to accept the Nebraska kickoff.
Way too easy, Gary, way too easy. I see Phil Parker over lecturing his defensive backs, and I'm glad I'm not on that sideline right now with Phil Parker looking at me.
Yeah, we've not seen really anybody, maybe Purdue in the second half, shove the middle of that Iowa line around like we're seeing here, particularly on that drive by Nebraska. The Hawkeyes will try and move the down marker and give the D a good rest here on their first possession of the second half. Nebraska gets ready to kick off. Iowa led 10-0 and 13-6. Since about that midway part of the second period, Petrus was intercepted, and the momentum has kind of shifted, and Martinez has found the rhythm that Scott Frost was looking for. And he's a junior. He's a veteran. He's hurt Iowa with his feet in the past, and he's equally distributing ground yards to passing yards. Here's a short kick. Nice return by Ivory Kelly Martin. All the way out to near the 35-40 yard line of the Hawkeyes. So another short end-over-end kick fielded at the 11 by Ivory Kelly. He had a good lane to run through it.
Yeah, he did. And, that's not near as effective when you're not kicking that ball where it's coming out of the sun, because he had a good, clean chance to return that.
Tanner Lynham, backup cornerback, made the stop at a 24-yard return by Ivory Kelly. Hawkeyes trying to run the ball, and Goodson has one of his better efforts. Better blocking, too, off the right side by Jack Plum. He crossed the 40 to the 41. Markel Dismuke, the safety, on the stop. That's a gain of 5, maybe 6 on first down. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, they went from no tight ends on that particular play. Now they've got the double tight ends again.
And Amir Smith, a single receiver right, Brandon Smith the other way. And Petrus under center. They run Goodson to the left side. He gets the first down. Nice hole over left guard across the 45. That's a first down. Luke Reimer, the linebacker, on the stop. Hawks have Alaric Jackson and Cody Ince. Tyler Lindebaum. I see Kyler Schott is in there now at guard to start the second half. Banwert's on the other side, so Ince is out. And the right tackle is Jack Plum. So 2 nice running plays by the Hawks with 4 minutes gone, second half, third quarter, and Nebraska leading 20-13. Petrus to throw over the middle, bad throw, way low, had Tyrone wide open. He just short-stringed it in.
Yeah, he didn't get his feet up under him. He has a tendency to do that. The most important thing in throwing a ball is getting your footwork down, and he just wasn't comfortable with his feet.
Tyrone frustrated, shakes his head. He'd still be running. Well, a young quarterback learning on the fly, and he'll see that on tape and get better for it. Tyrone Tracy wide right, Reganey in the slot with him. Amir Smith checks to the near sideline, and a run off left guard. Nice cutback by Tyler, Goodson. But it closed down in a hurry. That defensive nose tackle, Casey Rogers, who had the big sack at the end of the half, limits the gain to 1, maybe 2. So the Hawks are third and long from their own 47.
Yeah, and after 2 running plays for a first down, and that set up that first down pass, which should have been completed. Now we got third and long again.
Petrus 12 of 20 for 140 yards and a touchdown. He's also thrown an interception today. Here he is, empty backfield on third and long. Snap back to him. Nebraska rushing 4. He fires to the underneath receiver Reganey, and he's got the first down. Across the 40 to the Nebraska 37. Well-designed play. They hit that in the first half with Tyler Goodson underneath.
Yep, and that is a terrific job of he starts into the middle and then goes back to the outside. He runs that pattern. It's a slant and up, and he's run that really well this year.
First and 10 Iowa at the 37 of Nebraska. Gain of about 15. And here's a handoff to the right edge. Goodson, big hole. Plows his way down to the 32. That's a pickup of 5 on first down. So after the big third down completion of 15 by Petrus to Reganey, Goodson runs for 5. And that Hawkeye offensive line much more crisp.
Yeah, they definitely had a chat at halftime. And look, they're going to spot him for at least 6. It might even be almost 7 yards.
Closer to 7, you're right. Deontay Williams, the safety, on the stop. So the Hawks now giving Nebraska a taste of its own medicine. Nice drive put together has reached the Nebraska 30. 20-13 Huskers. Here's Goodson flying through a hole between left tackle and guard. First down inside the 25-yard line of the Huskers.
You used the term. The blocking is much more crisp. And I'm telling you now, we're carving some holes in that defense.
Luke Reimer on the stop. A gain of 6. And the drive continues. 9:08 to go third quarter. Nebraska 20 and the Hawkeyes 13. Brandon Smith and Reganey head wide right. Amir Smith, Marset Tracy in the slot left. No tight ends, one running back. That's Goodson out of the gun. They run the draw handoff to Goodson, and he burrows underneath a couple blockers and gets inside the 20 to the Nebraska 19. The Hawks are now in the Case IH red zone. Call it the 18-yard line. That didn't look like much developing there, but he ends up getting 6.
It's very interesting because they had no tight ends. They got 4 wide receivers actually, and 1 running back, and they're running the ball into that passing formation, or out of it.
Garrett Nelson out of Scotts Bluff, Nebraska, the linebacker, finished off Goodson, but he got 6. Here's a fake on the draw handoff. Spencer throws to the end zone and over the head of Amir Smith-Marset. Again, not even close on the connection.
Yeah, it's I don't know where he was going with this. Actually, it looked like he just overthrew Smith-Marset because he settled into a pretty good open area.
Almost looked like he was throwing it away because Amir had just started his break to the post and the ball was already bouncing through the end zone. Well, here we are, 3rd down and short. 3rd and 4. Hawks need a touchdown. They don't want to settle for a field goal. Out of the gun, Spencer retreats, looks right, now runs down the middle, going to try and run for the first down, and he's tripped up about a yard or 2 shy. Took a good shot from Luke Reimer, the linebacker. He's been all over the field today. That sophomore from Lincoln North. Ty Robinson also with a piece of Petrus.
Now they've got number 47, which isn't, I don't have him on my list here. He's another tight end or fullback.
Yeah, that's Nick Anderson, I believe. Well, the Hawks are going to go for it on 4th and 2. At least they're showing it. 4th and 2 from the 16. Big play in the football game. Petrus throws, and it's caught for a first down just beyond the marker by Sam Laporta. Well, he's been a sure thing all year. He doesn't have a touchdown catch yet, but he got 4, the needed 4 plus 1 there.
Oh, boy, that's a good thing that Petrus has that shotgun arm because he really fired it in there. There wasn't much room.
Jojo Doman made Sam pay for that. He's a little slow getting up, but it is a first down at the 11-yard line, so the drive stays alive. Twin receivers either way for the Hawkeyes, and Petrus has an empty backfield. He's looking right, throws right, has Laporta again, and he's hustled out of bounds at the 5-yard line. That'll be a gain of about 6. Garrett Nelson shadowing him, the 240-pound sophomore, and the Hawks are driving toward that end zone. 2nd down. They can get a first down just inside the 2. Call it 5 yards to go. 6 for the touchdown.
Yeah, and it's 2nd down and short, which less than 5.
Iowa's best looking drive of the day, mixing the run with the pass. Now the tight end goes in motion. That's Evans. And here's a handoff, a draw handoff to Goodson. He gets inside the 5 to the 3, maybe the 2-yard line. Good push off the right side by Kyler Schott. Boy, it's good to see him back in the lineup. Ben Stilley, the defensive end, hanging on for dear life.
Yeah, that was a good push by Schott. He had his man about 3 yards downfield.
Hawkeyes looking at 3rd down. They need a yard for the first down. Laporta's in there, Byers in there, and they got a tight eye. This is typically a running play. Sargent on a cutback, touchdown Iowa. He stopped on a dime, snapped the ankles of the defensive tackle, and ran right by him.
Boy, he's a tremendous player inside the 10-yard line, and what he was 2 years ago, he had 170 yards, something against Nebraska, but that was a big first down or big touchdown play.
Sargent's 7th rushing touchdown of the year, and the Hawkeyes are a point away from tying the game. Keith Duncan will do the honors. Here's the snap, and the boot is right through. 20-20. 5:47 to go. Time-consuming drive by the Hawkeyes that started with a 24-yard kick return by Ivory Kelly Martin.
And that was really important that we answered that field or that touchdown with another touchdown.
Well, the defense has the rest it needed. We're tied at 20 with 5:47 to go, 3rd quarter here at Kinnick. On Thanksgiving weekend, this is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Congratulations to Marvin Boyer and John Morrell, our Shelter Insurance fans of the game. Shelter Insurance for your auto, home, and life. Find us at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter. Get a taste of game day at home and stop by Molly's Cupcakes. Satisfy your sweet tooth with your favorite cookie, Rice Krispie treat, or a classic cupcake. Molly's Cupcakes on Clinton Street in downtown Iowa City.
Hawkeyes use 14 plays and 6 minutes, 18 seconds of clock to march 66 yards and tie the game at 20 all on a 2-yard touchdown run. A beautiful cutback, stop-and-go move by Mekhi Sargent with 5:47 to go third quarter. We got a brand-new game, Iowa 20 and the Nebraska Cornhuskers 20. That Shields scoring drive, courtesy of Shields, right there with you in Iowa City and Sioux City, Cedar Falls, and Des Moines. What I loved was a great mixture of passing and running for the Hawks, Ed.
And we talked about making halftime adjustments. Well, both offenses have made positive adjustments because they've taken the first drive and scored. So now it's up to the defense to show what their adjustments are.
Good coaching, huh? Welcome back to Hawkeye football, courtesy of Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield as we get deeper into this third quarter. 5:47 to play. And the Hawkeyes will kick off now, and Caleb Shudeck can almost promise you this one will be in the end zone. Hawkeye football. The Hawks were just in the Case IH red zone. We thank Case IH for their annual support of the Hawks. Learn more about exclusive offers on top performing tractors and combines at caseih.com/Hawkeyes. And Iowa corn. You know, every day Iowa farmers are using innovative practices to improve the quality of water, teaming up with experts to implement a science-based playbook to conserve natural resources for a better today and tomorrow. The Iowa Corn Promotion Board and Iowa's corn farmers care about the water we share. Get in the game and learn more at cleanwateriowa.org. Whistles blow as Caleb Shudeck ran up and booted it off. I don't see any flags.
The ball fell off the tee. We'll re-kick.
And he still kicked it. Yeah, the ball fell off the tee, and he still booted it to the 15-yard line. Oh, my. On the U.S. Bank scoreboard, Iowa State has roared back down 10. The Cyclones now lead Texas 23-20 with 1:25 to go. Cyclones will clinch the Big 12 or a date in the Big 12 championship game with a win today. Here's the run up again by Shudeck. Now this one will be grabbed right at the goal line and returned down the near hash and rattled as he crossed the 20-yard line was Alante Brown. He took a shot up high from one of the Hawkeye gunners downfield.
I'm just glad I wasn't in the middle of that.
Oh, man. Looked like Kyler Fisher is who I have, a redshirt freshman from Farmanville. 19-yard return from just outside the goal line, and we have a timeout on the field with the Hawks and Nebraska tied at 20. Nebraska football when we return, 5:40 to play third quarter. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
Farming agriculture today is more important than it really ever has been. So I think it's important for us to talk about the importance of farmers.
Collectively, we want to celebrate our farmers and what they're doing.
I think it's something that we all can get behind. It symbolizes something a lot bigger than us.
If agriculture went away today, it's to take away the base foundation of what Iowa is.
The reality is you're tied to a farmer every day because they provide you food.
You walk through the grocery store and every aisle, there's stuff we grow here in Iowa, and that's why America needs farmers.
Hawkeye football has the best position coaches in the country. Here's defensive line coach Kelvin Bell.
It goes back to the, just the practice habits during the week. We got a really good group of guys, 5 seniors up front, that are leading the way for them. In the D-line room, we talk about it daily improvement and how do you do that? That's attention to detail, knowing what to do. Through the film work, having an honest self-evaluation about what you're seeing. So we had some honest conversations after the Purdue game, after the Northwestern game, after every game. We have honest conversations, and credit to those guys for really taking it to heart. It's a tight-knit group. They're getting better every week, and that's the goal. That's the goal, is to improve every week. When I set out to recruiting, I wanted guys that wanted to play defensive line, whether it be inside or outside, not married to a position, just wanting to be part of the group, wanting to be part of the 4, and that takes a certain amount of unselfishness. For a guy like Jack Heflin, Joe Evans to move from linebacker, these guys, they all get along well, they all communicate well. But the thing that's really important is they're still understanding our defense. And I have no problem putting 4 guys out there, regardless of whether they're defensive tackle or defensive end by trade. They all know what to do. And that's just a credit to them in the way that they really attack the scheme and learning the scheme and being detailed about the scheme. So, but just great team guys. You can't have enough of that. You can't have enough of those guys.
American Energy and American Equity for their support of today's military hero on the USS Gambier, Dean Mole. Thanks for their support of Hawkeye football all season long. All right, we're ready to get back to action. Adrian Martinez, who's been very effective. Nebraska moving a lot of guys around, a lot of switching, a lot of motion at the line of scrimmage in a tie game at 20. 1st and 10, Huskers at the 20, and they block it downfield, flip it straight sideways to a tailback. That's Wan'Dale Robinson as he ran a wheel route out of the backfield. They've been successful with that play today, Ed. It gets 5.
Yeah, and the Hawkeyes have made a substitution. They've got Barrington Wade now in at linebacker and took the cash position out of the defense.
Well, Barrington's big and he can run. 2nd down 5 for the Huskers. Martinez, this is a quarterback keeper all the way, and he's dropped by Davion Nixon before he can get started. That was a run play all the way. He sold pass except to Davion Nixon.
Quick as a cat, 305 pounds and quick as a cat.
That goes as a sack. At least in my book, they'll call it a running play, so it probably won't be his 5th sack of the year, but he drops him for a 2-yard loss. Big play by Davy, and they need one more here on 3rd down and a long 6. Ball back at the 24. Wan'Dale Robinson goes in motion. Keep an eye on him. Martinez is looking for him. Now he's flushed. He's going to run. He's going to be dropped from behind. Knocked down at the 25. Got a yard. And Davion Nixon again pushed him from behind with help from Dane Belton. And a terrific stand by Nixon in the defense.
Oh, that was important after the way that Nebraska just went right down the field on the first series of the second half. There was some discussion on the sideline about selling out and making tackles. I saw it.
That's a 3 and out in less than a minute. And the Huskers show punt. They haven't had to punt a lot today. Here's the left-footed Will Pristup steps into one, and it angles.
He's way out of bounds. That was a short punt.
Well, let's see where they spot it. The side judge is still walking the other way. 40-yard line. The Hawks will have it. Will Pristup's punt. 35 yards when it's all said and done, and the Hawks get a break thanks to the defense.
And they're just not happy about punting that ball to Jones, so they just said they aimed that one for the sideline.
3:58 to go, 3rd quarter, 2020 football game. Iowa has the ball right back in good field position. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Iowa farmers care about the water we share. That's why they're teaming up with Iowa Athletics to build water filling stations on the concourse next season. This refreshing service is brought to you by the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Get in the game and learn more at cleanwateriowa.org. Show your Hawkeye loyalty by joining the I-Club. Members of the I-Club create world-class opportunities for our Hawkeye student athletes. Make your mark and create a lasting impact on Iowa athletics by joining the I-Club.
Support from the I-Club provides the best facilities and college experience for our student athletes to win, graduate, and do it right. Encourage everyone to make a difference in the lives of our student athletes by supporting the I-Club. Thank you for your support of Iowa athletics.
You wouldn't expect a border battle to be any different. Nebraska, Iowa, they've played right down to the final seconds. The last 2 years, the Hawks have been fortunate to kick a couple game-winning field goals. And right now we're tied at 20 with just under 4 minutes to go third quarter. Iowa coming off an impressive drive to tie the game, gets the ball right back after a 3-and-out. Thank you, defense. And now the Hawkeye offense takes over in great field position at its own 40-yard line. Hawk fans take the field with a winning lineup from Case IH. Learn more about exclusive offers on top performing tractors and combines at caseih.com/Hawkeyes. And getting a medical cannabis card in Iowa is as easy as talking to your doctor. Join thousands of Iowans using medical cannabis today. Search MedFarm Iowa, MEDPHARM Iowa.com and learn more. In business, well, Mid-American Energy can help you save energy and add to the bottom line. Visit midamericanenergy.com and learn more. Well, Ed, I'd love to see another drive for a score.
Yeah, Cody Ince back in now at left guard. Let's run that ball, Hawkeyes.
Tyler Schott did a great job on that last series. As the Hawks try to run Goodson to the right, now he cuts back to the left and squirms forward. Burrows out to the 44, head down low, shoulders down low, arms wrapped around that football, and Garrett Nelson got him on the ground, but a nice gain of 4.
Yep, and it's because of the Hawkeye linemen staying with their blocks, pushing people past the hole.
It's Cody Ince and Jack Plum off the right side out of that football-crazed town of Green Bay. Came out of a great high school program. 2nd and 6, Spencer's up under center. Fullback wings out to the right. One running back. Now the fullback comes back to the middle. He's going to block for, nope, play fake. Petrus on a rollout has the tight end in space. First down at midfield, and now down to the 46-yard line is Sean Beyer. Sean Beyer had a couple big catches at Penn State last week. Gets a big one there. JoJo Doman on the stop.
And then both tight ends, both ends of the line of scrimmage, and we've been running out of that formation. That time we faked the run and come with the tight end release.
Sean gets the needed yardage, +4, 10 total. Hawks are in Nebraska territory at the 46. Straight ahead running Goodson. Cutbacks left to right. Makes a guy miss, a linebacker, and gets positive yardage to the 41. That'll net close to 5. I didn't realize he got that far upfield, but Tyler's got his balance going now. He's got his legs underneath him, Ed.
Well, and he's getting a chance to get past the line of scrimmage and read the linebackers. The penetration in the first half was shutting that play off.
Reimer on the stop. Goodson's 20th carry of the day for 70 yards. Here comes 21. First down at the 35-yard line of Nebraska. That zone cutback is working now.
Yep, and the offensive linemen, they made some adjustments at halftime. As we talked, that's what you have to do. And because of that, we've been able to run the ball.
Casey Rogers piggyback rode him down at the 35, but terrific adjustments by Tim Polasek the O-line coach of the Hawkeyes, and Iowa now is moving it on the ground. 21 carries, 75 yards for Goodson. 1st and 10. Ball just outside the 35-yard line of the Huskers. That offensive line has been challenged. Goodson again for 2 or 3. So the Hawks are using clock and gobbling up real estate. 1:50 to go, third quarter. And Iowa's tied with the Huskers at 20-all. Luke Reimer, he's had a mitt full of tackles today. He gets another one.
Yeah, we're using a third tight end now, Gary, and I think you just
that would be
together. Wilson,
our young man Wilson. We've clarified it is Andrew Wilson, 6'3", 220, a freshman from Sterling, Illinois. So he's obviously looked good in practice this week out of Sterling Catholic. Here's Amir Smith-Marset. He came in motion out of the slot. Petrus handed it to him, and not much. He tried to run down the middle, and Nebraska had things all jammed up that time for no gain. That was a 2nd and 7. It'll be 3rd and 7 now.
That was a missed assignment on the blocking there because no one blocked the defensive left end. He just came straight upfield and snuffed out the play.
Inside a minute to go, third quarter. Tie game at 20. Hawks need a big 3rd and 8 conversion here to keep the football. Unless they would go for it on 4th down. A little bit out of Keith Duncan's range right now. They need at least 10 or 12 yards. Now they run the draw handoff to Sargent, and he gets yardage to the 30, but well short of the 1st down. Gain of 3, maybe 4. Hawks are looking at 4th down and a little less than 5. Casey Rogers, the 300-pound sophomore from Syracuse.
The quarter will run out. The quarter will run out, so they'll be in field goal range.
And they have the wind in the 4th quarter. And that wind is whipping up. Really gusting right now. End of the 3rd quarter, Iowa, Nebraska, all tied at 20. They'll get set for a wild 4th quarter. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College. Chris, a great supporter, has been on a few road trips with us over the years. And Wellmark's been a loyal supporter of Iowa athletics, let alone Hawkeye football. So here we are, courtesy of Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield, set for quite the 4th period. Iowa 20, Nebraska 20. The Hawks have driven it to the 30-yard line of Nebraska, and Ed, it looks like a field goal try coming up, huh?
Well, they've still got the offense on the field, but to me, it's 47 yards with this wind. I would think with 4th and 5, we'd be looking at field goal here.
We shall soon find out. Rob Brooks has a report on the U.S. Cellular Hawkeye sideline.
Yeah, Eddie, that's a good point. I'm right in the first row, right behind the goalpost, and the wind is really picked up even since halftime, now gusting over 20 miles per hour. Dolph, you mentioned earlier in the first half a little bit of a crosswind, so it will be left or right for Keith Duncan if the Hawkeyes do elect to kick a field goal. And looking for something positive in the fourth quarter, it has not been a quarter Nebraska's had much success at so far this year. They've been outscored 31-9 in fourth quarters, so let's hope that continues this afternoon.
The Hawks now have 8 more minutes in time of possession, and that has everything to do with the third quarter when they got the running game going. Iowa's now rushed for 95 yards. Nebraska has 129 on the ground, most of that by the quarterbacks, but Eddie, the Hawks had 35 yards rushing at halftime on 17 carries. They're now approaching 100, so that has really made a difference.
And here comes Duncan jogging onto the field. He likes to hide down at the end of the bench, kind of get his mind right. He's been in this situation before.
This would be his longest of the year. He's got a 47-yard field goal. This one will come from 48 out of the hold of Ryan Gersonde. And the long snap of Austin Spiewak. Keith Duncan for the lead. We were tied at halftime at 13. It's 20-20 right now, and Duncan, sure-legged Keith Duncan, will try and give Iowa the lead back. Here's the snap, the spot, the kick is right through, right down central. Duncan puts the Hawks in front, 23-20.
Was it 47 yards he hit last year to beat him? Is that what it was?
I don't know what it was last year.
It was lengthy.
It was close to 50, I know that. Now, that one was from 48. We'll take it. 5 seconds deep in the fourth period, Iowa has the lead back at 23-20, and that Iowa defense will really be fired up now. They got a quick 3 and out last time on the field. Those Nebraska quarterbacks are so foot dangerous, though. As we await the Iowa kickoff, we'll tell you that Hawkeye football is brought to you today by U.S. Cellular. They sponsor Robbie's reports in the end zone and sideline. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular connecting Hawkeye Nation. Hawkeye basketball coming up later today on this same Hawkeye Radio Network station. The Shields scoring drive that ended in Duncan's 48-yard field goal. That would have been good from 50 or 60.
Oh, yes.
Wind aided, but Keith doesn't mind. 8 plays, a 30-yard march, 4 minutes of clock, and Iowa's back in the lead at 23-20. Now Shudak will kick off to Brody Belt and Alante Brown. And the sidewinder is through the end zone and out the back door. They'll bring it out to the 25.
He was trying to tease him to make him want to bring that back. He just kicked it about a yard deep in the end zone.
Let's not lose sight of the fact that a couple really nice kick returns by Ivory Kelly Martin today has helped Iowa's effort. Hawks are outscoring opponents in the fourth quarter 44-17. So Iowa's been the stronger team in the latter stages of the game.
And Barrington Wade back in, so we have 3 linebackers and no cash position.
Nebraska football. Hawkeye defense digging in. At quarterback, it's still McCaffrey. Plenty of protection. He fires over the middle, caught by Falk, Levi Falk. He had 5 catches coming into today. He's got almost that many today.
Yeah, that's Martinez.
That's right. I'm sorry. I'm getting the numbers confused here. McCaffrey is 7. Martinez, number 2. Wandale Robinson takes the draw handoff, gets the corner turn, and then knocked down at the 39. So that's a first down run. They needed just a couple yards on second down. Van Valkenburg got out there and ran him down from behind. First and 10, 39-yard line of Nebraska as the Huskers try to answer the Iowa field goal. 1 minute gone, fourth period. Yeah, Martinez has gone all the way here in this second half. Fakes on the handoff, wide open over the middle, tight end left. That's Travis Vokalek, and they're doing the dink and dunk, the chunk yardage plays here. He lined up off the left tackle, and nobody went with him.
Yeah, they found that hole in the first quarter and came back to that play.
Jack Kerner on the stop, but that's 12, 13 yards, maybe 14. Iowa territory now at the 47. Nebraska going in a hurry. Martinez.
Well, there was holding for guts.
On a pass fake, he heads to the far side of the field, inside the Iowa 20. There is a flag back at midfield, and let's hope, Eddie, you're right.
They finally threw it. They tackled. I'm going to tell you what, Nixon was absolutely tackled from behind, and he got up.
Offense number 54, 10-yard penalty, first down.
That's Bryce Benhart. He's been getting away with grabbing all day. Not that time. That had to be too obvious, but a pass fake by Martinez. That was a well-designed play.
Yeah. Well,
but the hold helped.
Yeah, Davion Nixon might have been right there to meet him at the line of scrimmage. Wouldn't have been that well designed then.
Yeah, he couldn't get off that holding block.
Yeah.
And Nixon, good job of jamming things up. Yeah, he was bear hugged. We're looking at the replay. So the penalty brings it back to the 42-yard line. Here's Martinez. Throws the screen pass to Wan'Dale Robinson, and he's knocked down before he could turn upfield. Heck of a play there by Jack Campbell, the freshman from Cedar Falls. Spahn and Rose hammer down on Wan'Dale Robinson. Boy, did he close fast.
Boy, and I mean, that's a 250-pound linebacker and a guy that probably runs 4.3 with the football.
That's a loss of at least 3. It's second down 22 after the holding penalty, and now another negative yardage play for the Huskers. Martinez checks to the sideline, has the call. One running back, throws to the running back. That's Wan'Dale Robinson, and the Hawks were doubling on him. He gets upfield for about 5 or 6. They'll give him that on second and long. Hankins got there first with help from the linebacker, and Nebraska faces 3rd and 17. So a gain of 5. The ball at the 46-yard line of the Huskers. Iowa leading 23-20 with a couple minutes gone in the fourth period. 3 wideouts at tight end. Ramir Johnson, who's had some nice runs today, the freshman from New Jersey, big kid. He's back in there blocking for Martinez. Here we go. The snap, play fake to Johnson. Martinez winds up, throws to the sideline. It's caught and out of bounds at the 45.
Way short of the
first. Is Cade Warner. That's the infamous Kurt Warner's son. His 4th catch of the year, and Nebraska may be going for it. I would be surprised if they do, though. The ball at the 45-yard line of Iowa. I mean, there's 12 minutes to go in the football game. Martinez was staying out there like he wanted to go. It was a gain of 9.
Yeah.
So it'd be 4th down and almost 9.
Yeah.
And they'll punt it away. Try and pin the Hawks deep. They have not had a whole lot of luck with their kicking game today, and Will Pristup had a poor punt of 35 yards the last time. We'll try it again. Angles away from Charlie Jones, and it's out of bounds near the 10, but it's outside the 10. They spotted at the 13. So the Hawks will take over after another stop by the defense. There's a timeout on the field. The Hawkeyes holding on to a 23-20 lead with 11:45 to play in the football game. A 37-yard punt by Pristup. That was better. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College. Join us every Wednesday night during football season, 6:30 until 8 for Hawk Talk with head coach Kirk Ference. Presented by View Rooftop. View, V-U-E Rooftop on the Hawkeye Radio Network and KCRG Channel 9.2. While we're not able to be in person for the show this season at View Rooftop in the Hilton Garden Inn, they look forward to hosting all Hawkeye fans again next year. Hawk Talk with Kirk Ference, presented by View Rooftop, 6:30 until 8 this coming Wednesday and every Wednesday. Iowa State has held on to beat Texas 23-20. That's a big win on the road in Austin for Coach Campbell and the Cyclones, who are headed to the Big 12 championship.
I'll take 23-20 right here today, too.
Let's hope that's the lucky number of the day, right? 23-20. Iowa leads Nebraska 23-20 with 11:45 to play, and the Hawks are backed up to their own 13-yard line. While the Iowa Corn Cyhawk series is on hold for this season, Iowa's corn farmers will continue to stand behind this unique series and everything it stands for. Because here in Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. See if the Hawks can grow a long drive here. Nebraska started out in that 3-4, but they've been rushing 4 for the most part ever since. Petrus picked off once in the first half, sets the line down. 2 tight ends, a fullback and a tailback. They're going to try and run it out of there. And pushing forward for a yard or 2 off the right side is Tyler Goodson. Mekhi Sargent starts this series. Ben Stilley, the defensive end, rode him down just shy of the 15, so that's a net of 2. Sargent averaging 6.5 yards a carry. Now Tyler Goodson checks in. Mekhi more the power back. Amir Smith and Tyler Goodson split wide left. The Hawks go empty. Twin receivers either way, plus a tight end. In the slot, that's Laporta. Spencer to throw. Good protection. Throws and in and out of the hands of Brandon Smith. Can't tell if he threw that one a little behind him or not, Ed.
Well, he locked onto him right away, and it looked like it was catchable. It looked like it hit him in the stomach.
Looking at the replay, Brandon should have had that one, I'm guessing. Well, that's 3rd and 8 now. Clock stopped with 11:02 to go. Nebraska playing that battle of field position, trying to get the ball back. Hawks need a big convert here on 3rd down. Petrus retreats to the 5, steps up in the pocket, now rolls out to his right, going to keep the ball, and he gets across the 20, but he's well short of the first down. So he just tries to get what room he can for Torrey Taylor. Caleb Tanner nudged him out of bounds. Now they say he got to the 19, not quite the 20, so Nebraska does its job. Now Torrey Taylor has the wind.
Yeah, I'd like to see about a 75-yarder here.
Well, he has been big all season long. 6'4", 225-pound freshman from Melbourne. He has got a long of 61. He's averaging nearly 46 yards a punt. Back deep is Cam Taylor-Britt. Here's the snap. And he sends it the other way. A high hanging end over end punt that's touched and fumbled. The ball's loose and the Hawks have it. Cam Taylor-Britt couldn't handle the punt, and special teams does it again for the Hawkeyes.
Well, there's still, there's the signal. There's the signal. The field judge.
I think Ivory Kelly Martin or Terry Roberts got on the football.
Yeah, they're congratulating Terry Roberts, it looks like, Dolph, number 22.
Wasn't he the one who got in the way of the Iowa State punt last year?
Touched, recovered by the kicking team. Iowa was charged with a sideline warning for interference. First down.
Interference?
Iowa.
Well, there was about 20 Hawkeyes on the field.
I mean, let them celebrate, for crying out loud. Oh, well, the ball belongs to Iowa. 38-yard line, and Torrey Taylor's high hanging end-over-end wobbler. I'm sure the wind was playing tricks with it. And Cam Taylor-Britt reached out with his left hand, muffed it. And right there to fall on it, Terry Roberts. Great job of coverage downfield. Now the Hawks see if they can score a touchdown. Here's a big hole. Goodson on a cutback, left to right. Gets inside the 35 to the 33, maybe the 32. But a nice gain on first down of 4 or 5. Deontay Williams upset the apple cart there.
Yeah, that was a safety, came up and made the tackle. Otherwise, it looked like he had a lot of green stuff in front of him.
Say he landed on the 34-yard line, so officially it's a gain of 4. Second down, 6. Big moment in the football game. The Hawks go power with a couple tight ends. Laporta stands and runs in motion. Stops. Hand off to Goodson on a cutback left to right. He squirms through a little bit of a hole. Still going. First down, 21-yard line of Nebraska. 22 for sure. A first down for the Hawkeyes.
That is big time running right there, Gary. He gets hit about 2 yards past the line of scrimmage and makes 15.
4 Huskers were dancing with him. They had him surrounded, and they just danced to the 22. A gain of 12 for Tyler Goodson, who's approaching 100 yards again on the afternoon after the Hawks really struggled running the football in the first half. They're running it now. Empty backfield. Petrus. Time. Throws. Almost picked off, then almost caught by Laporta. I think he was trying to throw it out of bounds, but he threw it right to JoJo Doman.
Yeah, he was trying to throw it out of bounds. I think he got a lecture on that in the first half.
Fortunately, it was a little too high even for Doman to handle. He was clearly trying to get rid of that ball into the sideline, but oh man, the heart skipped a beat there. Yeah. 9:04 to go in the game. Iowa faces second down and 10 at the Nebraska 22-yard line. You'd love a touchdown here. They're certainly in field goal territory. But a touchdown would really put the pressure on the Huskers with Iowa leading by 3. Here's a pitch that's dropped.
Well, it's low again.
Yeah, Brandon Smith just couldn't handle it. I mean, he's got that big 6'3" frame. And Spencer Petrus runs to the sideline to talk to Kirk Ference and Brian Ference. It'll be third down and 10. The ball was right at the kneecaps of Brandon Smith.
Yeah, it's a big gainer. They had a slot man in front of him. It was kind of a wide receiver screen with one slot man blocking.
Yeah, the pass fake to the right really sold the defense. And then Brandon Smith maybe took a peek downfield and didn't look the ball in. Well, let's see if the Hawks can convert on third and 10. Again, empty. 5 wideouts in the formation. Petrus, they blitz. Petrus steps up in the pocket, throws it to the short safety valve Goodson, and he's dropped for a little bit of a gain inside the 20 to the 19. So the Hawks are going to have to settle for another field goal try. Will Honus on the line, the linebacker shadowing Tyler Goodson. He never had a chance to break out there.
That play worked really well in the first half, but the safety really picked him up coming across.
Oh boy, you'd like a touchdown after the fumble recovery. Turnovers are even at 1 apiece, but the Hawks will take the 3. Duncan, sure leg, lets it go, and it is good, just inside that right upright. 26-20. Iowa has a 6-point lead with 8:21 to play in the football game. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Prior to all football and basketball games, fans can access game-to-game programs. It's free to read and has all the matchup details. You can find the game programs at HawkeyeSports.com. There's only one more game day show remaining. The final show of the season will start 2 hours prior to the game against Wisconsin on December 12th. It's hosted by Laura Vandenberg and features special guests, interviews, insight from Gary Dolphin, and stadium staples like the Tunnel Walk and the Swarm. Watch the show at HawkeyeSports.com/GameDayLive.
recovery after the muff punt. The fumble recovery by Terry Roberts after Cam Taylor-Britt couldn't hang on to the punt. And the Hawks move at 19 yards. Brandon Smith might still be running had that pass been a little higher from Spencer Petras, but it goes as an incomplete. And the Hawks have to settle for Keith Duncan's field goal.
Yeah, there's been a couple of, earlier in that drive, too. Smith had a shot at an in route, and ball's just a little low. It probably catchable, but if that would have hit him between the 1 and the 5, he'd still be running. Or, I'm sorry.
The 1 and the 2?
Yeah, the 1 and the 2.
He would have hit Tyler Gibson in the back.
Yeah.
By the way, that was Duncan's 4th field goal of the day, 32, 33, 48, and 37 yards. As usual, he's been money. The drive, 19 yards, 6 plays, and the Hawks extend the lead to 26-20. Every Hawkeye scoring drive this season brought to you by Shields. For all your Hawkeye gear, Shields with you in Des Moines, Iowa City, Sioux City, and Cedar Falls. Well, the defense needs to get another stop, Ed. It's still a one-possession game. Here comes Caleb Shudeck's run-up. And another high indoor and lazy kick that's fielded at the 2. This time and a run back. The far hash mark across the 20 and no more. Yang tackled at the 21. Boy, the Hawkeye kick and punt coverage team this year has been, for the most part, outstanding.
Yeah, they really, they want to get somebody to return the ball because they normally kick it through the end zone, and the cover team doesn't get to make any contact. That's really good.
Alante Brown with a 17-yard return. Nebraska just across the 20, 1st and 10, and this time it does look like, is that a 7 or a 2? It looks like McCaffrey is back out there now. Be his first appearance here in the second half. It is. And he's going to keep it and run it. And he's crunched down after he gets 4 to the 25. Chauncey Golston and Matt Hankins running diagonal down the line of scrimmage. McCaffrey's really got the quicks.
Yeah, and they've decided, because of this wind blowing the way it is, I think they're going to put him in and see if he can't run it down the field.
Jack Campbell, who got him on the ground. Here he is again. Quarterback draw. They block it. He tries to get to the outside. Not much, but he gets 4 or 5. He's just a bit shy of the first down. Good blocking initially at the point of attack, and he got most of his yardage then, and then was tackled by Nick Neiman. 3rd and short. Huskers going in a hurry. Well, now they back off. They show quick snap, but now they're moving bodies around. Switch 2 tight ends right to left. 3 tight ends in the formation. They're going to run Johnson to the outside. He gets the first down as he wriggles for 2. Ramir Johnson, they've used him a lot today, the freshman. Needed almost 2 and just got it as he crossed the 32, 33-yard line. Jack Campbell and Jack Turner.
And here comes
Jacks.
Martinez back into the game now.
They've got it out in some operable room, and Martinez will take over, the junior. Man in motion, the slot receiver. They run that way with Wandale Robinson. He runs into a wall, reverses motion, but the Hawkeye linebackers are there to clean up. Barrington Wade, Nick Neiman, Matt Hankins came in to help. And underneath the bottom, of course, Davion Nixon.
But Davion Nixon just caved in at the side of the Nebraska line.
No gain after all that. 2nd and 10, to quote Ed Podolak. That guy's a football player. Down to 6.5 minutes to go in the game, and Iowa leading by 6. Here's Martinez. Looks left. Comes back to the wide side of the field. Now he's going to run and then throws it out of bounds. Pitched it into the seats. What coverage downfield.
That was coverage all the way because he had 10 seconds. And again, really good job. And the Hawkeyes are not rushing to try to sack him. They're keeping him in the pocket. So a good play. It's 3rd down.
Need to stop him one more time. 6:18 to go. Clock stop. 3rd down and 10. The ball at the 33 of Nebraska. 26-20, the Hawkeyes lead. Trying to hold on and win their 6th in a row over their neighbors to the west. Bunch package to the left. One goes in motion out of that threesome. And a whistle. Flags. Either a false start or delay a game, you would think.
It's false start, I think, left tackle.
Ooh, that helps.
False start. Offense, number 57. 5-yard penalty. Third down.
They get Ethan Piper, the right tackle. Benhart apparently has gotten tired of holding, so they've got him out of there. Ethan Piper in the game. Well, that makes it 3rd and 15. That's big for Nebraska. Fourth penalty of the afternoon. 3rd down and 15. Martinez, they blitz him. They miss on him. He's going to try and run. Knocked down after a 3-yard gain. Maybe a 2. Maybe it's 2 or 3. Either way, the Huskers will have to punt it away. Great pressure by Van Valkenburg of the Hawkeyes. Zach sliced in from defensive end and forced him back to the middle. And that's what you want to do, set the edge. And Van Valkenburg did that and then some.
Yep, and Campbell came on the blitz, missed him, but he made him step back, and that gave it enough time for the defensive line to get there.
Pristup will punt from his own 14-yard line. Here's the snap. He lets it go. And the sure glove Charlie Jones chases it, but they're kicking it away from him. And the Hawks should have terrific field position here as it's out of bounds near the 30-25-yard line. They bring it back upfield.
Timeout on the field.
To the 35. Timeout on the field. 5.5 to go. Oh, for a long drive. To end up in 6 to seal the deal. We'll come back to Kinnick in a minute with the score. Iowa 26, Nebraska 20, and 5.5 minutes to go here at Kinnick. Let's pause 10 seconds before we take a break. 10-second ID break. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football.
Get a taste of game day from the comforts of home and hop down to your nearest grocery store to pick up your favorite Blue Bunny ice cream. Blue Bunny, Iowa's ice cream. It's time for a new Zoom background, and we've got you covered. Each week, our latest and favorite graphics are posted for our fans to download for free. Whether you need a phone background, a calendar, or just want to browse graphics, find them on our website.
Hawkeye football brought to you by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Eddie and I are nice and toasty in our Authentic Brand apparel, proudly provided by the folks at Authentic Brand, Clark Fessler and the gang over in Perry. A great selection of quality licensed Hawkeye gear available at many local retailers, or order online now at authentic-brand.com. Authentic Brand. Look authentic, feel authentic, be authentic. We're sweating it out in our Authentic Brand apparel today. We shouldn't have expected anything less than this, Eddie.
No, and it's just the same as it's been the last 2 years, too. But we got 5 minutes and 37 seconds, and we got the wind behind us. They know we're going to try to run the ball, and if we throw the ball, we got to be very careful.
Iowa leading 26-20. Nebraska scored on the opening drive of the third quarter, early in the third quarter, to take a 20-13 lead. It was 13 off the break. Since then, Iowa's scored a touchdown and a couple Keith Duncan field goals. 26-20. 1st and 10. Petrus turns, hands off to Goodson. He plows over right guard for 4, maybe 5. This kid has got such strong legs. When you don't bring him down with the first slug.
And he gets under. Now, this is Big Ten football. Both tight ends in the game, a fullback, I formation, and just buckle up. Here we come.
Gain is 5 to the 40.
Sorry.
Hawkeyes on 2nd down and 5. Spencer Petrus has the play call from Brian Ference. 40-yard line of Iowa. Brandon Smith and Amir Smith-Marset line up wide left. Tight end right is Laporta. One running back. We await the snap. Here it is. Goodson to the short side of the field on a cutback. Has 4 yards, 5 yards, gets the first down. Well, it looked like somebody grabbed a face mask in that pile, but no flag. Thought I saw Tyler's neck or head turn quickly to the right, but he gets the first down. That is big. 4:40 to go in the game.
That is huge, and again, that's yards after contact. He got the last 3 yards on his own.
Goodson should be over 100. 25 carries. Ty Robinson and Markel Dismuke combined to make the stop. They have him at 98 officially, a 4-yard average. Pretty good considering how the Hawks struggled to run the game in the first half, or run the ball. 1st and 10, the ball at the 46-yard line. Goodson again on a cutback, but he's not going anywhere this time. Went to the well, went to the cookie jar one too many times, did the Hawks, but they want to keep that clock running. Dismuke again on a safety blitz. He had one job. Keep your eyes on Tyler Goodson.
Yep, they had again both tight ends in the game, so you've got 9 people in the box, and they just overwhelmed the offensive lineman there, and they're letting the clock run as far down as he can before snapping the ball.
Tyler lost about almost a yard. 2nd down, call it 11. Petrus strictly up under center. Tyler Linderbaum now taking those snaps. Play fake and a rollout right by Petrus. Lobs it to the tight end and down the field inside the 45. I'm hoping Sam didn't step out of bounds. I think he kept his feet in. Yep, they're marking him at the Nebraska 40-yard line. That's a first down.
Oh, this is great too. He sells run. He stays there and blocks for a count of 2, and then he sneaks out into the flat, and Petrus on the rollout flipped the ball out to him, and that should be a big part of ending this thing.
15 yards on 2nd and 11. Luke Reimer has got a basket full of tackles. Gets another. Now Reganey goes wide left as the Hawks go one wide out, multiple tight ends, and a fullback. This is Big Ten football. Goodson straight ahead for 3. Knocked down at the 37-yard line of Nebraska. Clock continues to run. 2:49 to go. Both teams with their full complement of timeouts. Ty Robinson, the defensive end from Gilbert, Arizona, knocked Goodson down after a gain of nearly 3. When does Nebraska start to use those timeouts? Hawks can win it if they just keep getting first downs. They don't need another score. Up 26-20. Power football at its best right now. Goodson carrying the bulwark of the load. Here he comes again. Good hole over the left side. He plows forward for 4, maybe 5 yards. Iowa's going to face 3rd down and 3 for a first down as Nebraska uses its first timeout.
2 minutes and 12 seconds left, and the Hawks have this whole thing in their palm of their hands if they can make another first down.
3rd down, a long 3, and timeout on the field. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
The Heroes game was established in 2011, and to the victor goes the Heroes Trophy. The winner of today's game will claim the trophy until next season's meeting. The Hawkeyes know how to deliver, and so does UPS. Check out the video board for the UPS delivery of the game.
More points. All they need is a first down. With 2:12 to go, Nebraska has 2 timeouts left. Iowa faces 3rd and 3 at the Nebraska, just inside the 34-yard line. Ed?
Don't you think this is 4-down territory, Dolph? I mean, I think you run it twice.
I'll go with your judgment, buddy boy. I'd just soon get it with one running play.
Yeah, well, me too.
Now, Spencer had the nice touch pass to Laporta that converted the first down in the last big play on 3rd and long. They needed 11, got 15. I would look for the tight end if they don't run it here. Of course, you want to keep the clock running too, or at least force Nebraska to burn another timeout.
Yeah, I don't think I put it in the air. I think I run this as 4-down territory and let them use.
Let the defense win it for you again.
Yeah,
right?
And make them use both of their timeouts.
Yeah, the defense has been so good on balance for the first 5 games. The offense has found its cohesiveness here the last few weeks during this 3-game winning streak. All they need here is 3 yards. Up under center, tight eye. Tyrone Tracy goes in motion. 3rd and 3. They're going to run it off the left side. And Tyler Goodson is drilled by a blitzing safety. And he's going to be at least a yard shy, maybe 2.
Boy, that was a heck of a tackle.
That was a heck of a hit.
Timeout, Nebraska, their second. This will be a 30-second timeout.
Number 3.
As Will Honus, the linebacker, Dismuke was in there too. Nebraska does burn a timeout with 2 minutes and 7 seconds to go in the game. They spot him inside the 33. So boy, Tyler had a good hole there at the start.
Yeah.
Man, did it close down in a hurry.
It looked to me like he was going to make the first down, and that safety made a heck of a play.
So the Huskers are down to 1 timeout. Iowa is down to 4th down and about 2.5 yards for the first down. And I think they'll absolutely go for it, Ed.
Yeah, and I think now here's where your tight end delay may come into play, but you just got to make them use their timeouts. Now, if you don't make the first down, they get a timeout because they change the ball possession.
Well, if they get a first down, the game's over. So here's what Brian Ference has called. A couple tight ends. They both shift. That's Laporta and Beyer. Fullback and a tailback is Goodson.
Well, he's trying to pull him offside.
Given a hard count. You can hear that.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to, I would assume, have Torrey Taylor. Oh, I don't know. I don't know that you try a field goal.
This is a 30-second timeout.
What would that be?
There goes number 3.
Well, he does have the wind.
And he's got 4 field goals.
I keep forgetting about that wind. Well, this would as much as ice it. And Kirk Ference says, Keith Duncan, go out there and win it for us again. Well, it's been a leprechaun string of luck here for Iowa in the kicking game the last couple years against Nebraska. The ball is at the 33, so it would be a 51-yard wind-aided field goal, and he certainly has the leg.
And he's kicked a couple in this direction already, so he should know the wind. Robbo was talking about that wind being a little bit of a crosswind down there, so he should know what's happening.
Out of the hold of Gersande, Austin Spiewak will send it back there, 41-yard line. Nebraska's going to sell out for the block, and here we go. Here's the snap, 51-yard try. He got it away. It is, hits the crossbar, and bounces away, no good. Oh, man, don't tell me this isn't a game of inches.
My goodness.
Hits the crossbar flush and bounces back into the end zone. So Nebraska will get the ball with 2 minutes and 2 seconds to play, down 6.
And 1 timeout.
1 timeout left. And Adrian Martinez will be the quarterback. Oh, my. Well, the Hawkeye defense has been so good the last 3 weeks. It adjusted nicely after halftime. And Davion Nixon says, yeah, put it on us. Here we go. 1st and 10 for the Huskers. Martinez looking to throw, has time, fires to the sideline. It's caught and inbounds and tackled.
That was a great job of keeping him in bounds. That was Hankins, wasn't it? Kept him in bounds?
Yeah, and Austin Allen, the tight end, on the catch.
Officials timeout, Hankins. Injured player on the offense.
Oh,
no.
Let's not start pulling this now. Timeout. Now, we shouldn't doubt it. They have an injury timeout in Nebraska, which will allow the Huskers to compose themselves. They gained about 5 on that sideline pattern, Martinez, and the injured receiver is the tight end.
Yeah, Austin
Allen. He's been big today. Allen has caught, that's his 3rd catch for over 30 yards. He's been targeted 3 times and has caught 3. Chauncey Golston came over to help Hankins out. He was in an awkward position there.
Ooh, he came down on his head.
Yeah, he was trying to reach the boundary line. And it looked like he landed on his helmet, on his neck. Looked like he might have been...
Yeah, he was trying to get out of bounds.
Yeah,
He's reaching out the ball, and it was a clean tackle all the way around.
Bent into a U shape. Now they're rolling Austin over on his back. And hopefully he's able to get up. But they're being very careful with the head, obviously, and the neck area.
The way his neck was hit the turf.
Well, I mean, he gets a gold medal for trying to get out of bounds. Hankins had him right around the hamstring, and he lifted him up off the ground. And by then, Chauncey Golston had come in and helped drive him into the ground. And as they were doing that, he was head first on the ground, reaching out for the sideline. Yeah, he's up and walking off under his own power. So thankfully he's okay. Gain of 5, call it 4, 2nd down 6. Ball at the 37-yard line of Nebraska. Martinez wants to throw. Now he's going to run down the middle of the field and gets to the ground across the 40 to the 44. So they approach midfield. The clock will stop to move the chains. 1:39 to go, and Nebraska still has a timeout. And here we go, 43-yard line. Looking to throw, fires over the middle. It is caught at the Iowa 40. That's a catch for 16 yards. Nice catch, nice job of picking it off the turf. The Nebraska receiver, Wandale Robinson. Martinez hit, the ball's loose, and Iowa has it. The Hawkeyes have it. He was hit by Chauncey Golston, and the ball recovered by Zach Van Valkenburg. I'm not sure why Nebraska was in such a hurry, but Martinez went with a quick snap, double cocked, and before he could fire the arm forward, he was hit by Chauncey Golston, and the Hawkeye defense has forced a turnover, and Iowa will take over at midfield.
Oh, Iowa. You can start thinking about basketball now. Huh?
I'm not going to be thinking hoops for a while. Oh, my.
What a play.
Talk about a turn of events. Nebraska had gotten a couple first downs. Martinez, we're looking at the replay just to make sure that arm wasn't coming forward. He cocked once, and then as he was bringing the arm back, Chauncey Golston shed his blocker, knocked the ball up in the air, and Zach Van Valkenburg falls on it.
That's Forniak, their best offensive lineman, big old 330-pounder who will probably play the pro level.
Whose brother played at Iowa State. Spencer Petras takes a knee, and for the 3rd consecutive year, the Hawkeyes are going to escape the Huskers with a victory. 26-20. Iowa takes a knee. Nebraska takes its final timeout. My, oh my. Well, I wish I could stick around for the post-game show, but
I got it now.
You and Robbie Brooks.
If this had gone the other way, I was going out the door with you.
You didn't want to.
No, I was going out with you.
I do have to slalom my way over to Carver Hawkeye Arena. Well, I don't have to worry about traffic today. But what a great win for the Hawks. This will be 6 in a row. Or is it 7 in a row?
I think
6. Yeah, six straight. And the Heroes Trophy will remain in the Hawkeye case for at least another year. What a play by Chauncey Golston. I wasn't sure if he came free or not. You're saying he just did
came right around Forniak.
Great swim move around Forniak. Here's another knee by Spencer Petras. 1:14 to go in the game. The Hawks will have to take one more snap and Iowa will win its 4th game in a row. Hawkeye football has been brought to you by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Enjoy peace of mind in these changing times with a Medicare supplement plan that 9 out of 10 stay with year after year. From Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield, visit wellmark.com/benefit of blue.
So before you go, who's your player of the game?
Well, I think you got to go with Keith Duncan, even though he's
there's no question about
4 field goals.
Yeah.
Now, you every down players would say, hey, he's a kicker. Well, he's a hell of a kicker.
Yeah.
He's our All-American kicker.
All-American.
And his 4 field goals provide the measure of difference today as Iowa will defeat Nebraska 26-20. Scott Frost, Kirk Ference congratulating each other on a job well done as Petrus takes a knee and the clock will wind down. You knew you were going to get Nebraska's best shot today. I've been hearing all week long, man, did they look bad against Illinois? I said, hey, this is Iowa, Nebraska. This isn't Illinois, Nebraska. And right down to the final minute, it was in doubt, and Martinez had the guys on the move in the white shirts and the red pants. But Iowa's defense has been so airtight the last 3 or 4 weeks. Yeah, they've had their stretches where they've given up chunk yardage, but at halftime, the Hawks got that adjusted nicely and played a great second half. They did give up the 1 touchdown drive, but that was it.
Yeah, and they ended up with 129 yards rushing, only had 35 at halftime. So that means they gained 100 yards on the ground in the second half, and that's what they needed to do to win, was establish the rushing game, and they got it done.
Special teams, fumble recovery on a muff punt by the Huskers. Torrey Taylor lights out again. Caleb Shudeck, I mean, his dents are all over the back of each end zone here at Kinnick Stadium. And in the end, Keith Duncan kicks 4 field goals and would have had a 5th had that thing not hit the crossbar from 51 yards away. But all's well that ends well, Edward, as the Hawks defeat the Huskers 26-20. And our Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield coverage of Iowa football will continue in a minute. We've got the U.S. Cellular postgame show coming up next after we remind you Hawkeye football has been brought to you today by Iowa Corn. Thank you, farmers. Thank you, Iowa corn farmers. Thank you, Hawk fans, for supporting our Iowa corn farmers. I'm Gary Dolphin. I'm going to turn it over post-game to Ed Podolak and to Rob Brooks, and I'll be speaking to you from Carver Hawkeye Arena with Bobby Hansen here in about 45 minutes as the Hawkeyes take on Southern Game 2 of the college basketball season. Edward, don't let me down.
Now, do you get overtime for this, or how does this work? You know, you got these back-to-back games. It's like the Iowa State game last year with the rain delay. You were only on the air 9 hours.
That was our 9-hour broadcast.
Yeah.
So that's the equivalent of what, 2 football games, maybe a basketball game thrown in. Hey, I'll tell you, everybody's excited about Luka Garza, Jordan Bohannon, Joe Wieskamp, and those Hawkeyes ranked number 5 entering this week. And we'll go see if we can get them off to a 2-0 start against Southern University from Baton Rouge. But all good here at Kinnick Stadium today. The sun was out. It was about 40 degrees. Yeah, the wind was vicious, but the Hawkeyes were vicious too, especially on defense.
You have to love the adjustments made at halftime by the Iowa offense. They really got it done. On defense, that first drive, Nebraska came out and drove it right down the field. Then they just stopped them the rest of the day.
How critical were those adjustments? The Hawks have almost 10 more minutes in time of possession, and that was huge in the second half when they were burning Nebraska's timeouts and getting first downs. Tyler Goodson got it cranked up in the second half, ends up with 111 yards on 30 carries. Iowa, come you-know-what or high water, will still run the football when it's all said.
Well, and you know it, at the end of the game, it was double tight ends, a fullback, I formation, Big Ten football. I mean, here we go, as Bob Bowlesby used to call it, a slobber knocker. And that was what that fourth quarter was all about.
And if you're wondering what a slobber knocker is, that's snot and slobber drool exiting at the same time. And that was Big Ten football today, especially in that second half. Final score, Hawks 26, Nebraska 20. Your Hawkeyes are now 4-2 with a 4-game winning streak, headed to Champaign-Urbana next Saturday. More on that coming up in just a couple minutes as we bring you the postgame show courtesy of U.S. Cellular. And we'll talk from Carver shortly. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.